Chapter 610. Zhuo Wei was a little scared, but Chen Guang's words gave him a little more courage. That's right, don't I have a camera on me? It's not an ordinary camera, it's a real-time recording, which will be uploaded to the cloud server through the 4G network. As long as Chen Guang makes a move, my camera will record it, and that will be the evidence. What am I afraid of? As long as I can get something big enough, even if he's arrogant now, he'll have to surrender sooner or later. Who wouldn't be afraid of getting a bad reputation? Even if he's a terrible artist, wouldn't he have to wear a hypocritical mask? Zhuo Wei's strong desire for money, and he thought he understood the mind of an artist, so his courage gradually returned to him. Just now, when he broke Gang Zi's hand, the whole process was too strange, and he wasn't brutal and fierce enough on the camera. After editing, the audience couldn't form the impression that Chen Guang was a very rude person. That footage wasn't fierce enough. 300% profit was enough to make people crazy. This time, if things went well, he would strengthen his surveillance on Chen Guang and casually shoot something. Zhuo Wei was confident that he could make this a big business with millions of dollars. Didn't he just say that 2 million was too low? Chen Guang, you intentionally hurt people. I'm going to sue you. I'll sue you and put you in jail. Zhuo Wei, who regained his courage, no longer retreated. Instead, he took a step forward, and at the same time, he waved his hand and ordered the people behind him. Call the police. Call the police? Chen Guang was so angry that he laughed. He was the one who found trouble, and he was the one who called the police after being unlucky. This person's skin was really thick to a new level. But after thinking about it, Chen Guang immediately felt relieved. In a certain sense, someone like Zhuo Wei might have offended many people in the Vanity Fair. But he's still so carefree. Aside from the fact that he has too much dirt on various celebrities, his ability to use the law was also the reason why he's able to survive. For ordinary people, the law was what they relied on to protect their legal rights. However, for people like Zhuo Wei who had a professional team, they often used their familiarity with the law to exploit loopholes in the law. They could protect themselves and at the same time disgust others. For example, in today's incident, although Yu Hong's injuries were not light, they had their own recordings. They could say that it was an accident, and they could compensate for it. But for Chen Guang, in Zhuo Wei's view, although the process of him breaking Gang Zi's hand seemed very strange, as long as it was done properly, it could be considered as intentional injury. Even if they couldn't really sue him, for an artist, if he was brought to court, no matter what the final verdict was, it would be a big deal. He didn't believe that Chen Guang wasn't afraid. However, Chen Guang was not afraid. What kind of joke was this? What kind of status did the Special Affairs Bureau have? They could even put an end to a murder case. The old man's Guangdong General Headquarters was a substitute for the Special Affairs Bureau. Although it was not as ruthless and overbearing as the Special Affairs Bureau, it was you who was looking for trouble from the beginning to the end. You were the one who stirred up trouble. How could the higher-ups not understand what kind of person you were, Zhuo Wei? The old man was also the chief instructor of the Shunde Special Training Camp. He had a license. How could the old men not support me? I don't believe that you'll be able to sue me after I've injured you alone. Isn't it just money? Can't I compensate you? Come on, let's hurt each other. So, Chen Guang did as he wished and reached out to choke him again. Zhuo Wei was overjoyed. You finally made a move. He moved forward with his belly out, hoping that Chen Guang would punch him in the stomach. That way, it would look like he was beaten badly, but in fact he wouldn't suffer any injuries. However, Chen Guang didn't do as he wished. Instead, just like how Xianqin had lifted Zhuo Xiaowei earlier, he used a little force with his right hand and easily lifted Zhuo Wei, who weighed 100 kilograms up. It was fate that the father and son met today. They were lifted into the air one after the other. Sure enough, father and son were soldiers in battle. At first, Zhuo Wei was really happy. However, as time went on, the grip on his neck tightened, and he couldn't even breathe properly. Zhuo Wei's heart skipped a beat. Oh my God, is this guy trying to strangle me to death? Moreover, he also realized something. With his physique and weight, he was actually lifted up by Chen Guang with one hand. Just how much strength did this guy have? He regretted it. He had underestimated his enemy. From the photo, Chen Guang didn't look particularly sturdy, so he thought that he wouldn't be seriously injured. However, based on the current situation, if Chen Guang's fist landed on his face, it seemed like his neck would really snap. Breathing was getting more and more difficult, and his brain was starting to lack oxygen. Zhuo Wei kicked his legs with all his might, trying to pry Chen Guang's fingers off with his bare hands. However, it was useless. No matter how fat he was, in the face of Chen Guang's invincible Qilin arm, with his strong physique, he was like a chicken caught by an eagle. The reporters had witnessed everything from the start to the end. They saw Zhuo Wei being lifted up and pretending to struggle. At the same time, the cameras on his body were aimed at Chen Guang in an attempt to capture his ferocious expression. However, Chen Guang had a faint smile on his face the entire time. Then, Zhuo Wei's fake struggle turned into a real struggle. His face turned from red to white, and then to green. He really couldn't breathe. Let me go. I'm begging you, let me down. Due to the lack of oxygen, his thoughts started to become unclear. His desire to live finally overwhelmed his desire for money, and he gave in. Chen Guang loosened his grip, and Zhuo Wei fell to the ground. He covered his neck and started to gasp for air. The feeling of escaping from death was very clear, very real. Zhuo Wei really felt that if he hadn't begged for mercy just now, he might really have died there. He felt that his biggest mistake today was underestimating the craziness and arrogance of this new internet celebrity, Chen Guang. He really shouldn't have personally led the team here. He was so unlucky. Scram! Chen Guang looked down at him and didn't say much. He only spat out those words coldly. Zhuo Wei, who felt that he had escaped from death, didn't dare stay any longer. He quickly got up and staggered out of the room, knocking over a few chairs as he stumbled. It wasn't until he was out the door that Zhuo Wei suddenly remembered that he still had one of his men sitting on the ground howling. He hurriedly called back two of his men who had rushed out with him. Hurry and get Gangzi back. After a long struggle, Zhuo Wei and his men came valiantly and energetically, but they ran away like stray dogs. My friends from the media, I'm sorry to have let you see such a joke. After these people left, Chen Guanzai put on a smile on his face and chuckled at the stunned reporters. Actually, I'm not usually like this. It's just that this guy is too arrogant, and I really can't contain my anger. I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone. I, Chen Guang, will return the favor tenfold. In the future, please take care of me. Chen Guang was actually saying, it's not a coincidence that you all saw this today, but you all saw who was the one looking for trouble first. When you go back, don't make things up about me. That way, everyone will be happy. The reporters were all smart people, and their minds were sharp. Although exposing scandals could attract attention, no one dared to turn on the camera. A young man secretly took out his phone, and now his phone had become a pile of scrap metal and was thrown in a corner. Of course, it was Xi and Qin who had been paying attention to them. Exposing scandals, no matter how real their words were, without pictures or footage, they definitely couldn't compete with the professional 8 weekly magazines. It was not worth it to make enemies with them. After 2 consecutive incidents today, the ordinary reporters also understood Chen Guang's style of doing things. They really didn't want to offend him too much. If he wanted money more than his life, Zhuo Wei was enough. They were the legitimate media, so they didn't want to risk their lives. It was not worth it. That, President Chen, you beat up Zhuo Wei, his son and his men today. With 8 weekly magazines, usual style of doing things, there might be some trouble. A reporter who was very knowledgeable reminded him. Chen Guang nodded at him. Thank you for your reminder, but it's fine. The entertainment industry needs a clear stream like us. We can't bow down to evil forces. The people from Tang Jie Foundation couldn't take it anymore. How could someone be so thick-skinned and praise himself as a clear stream? Furthermore, no matter how they looked at it today, they felt that he was the evil one. That's right. Mr. Chen is upright and plain-spoken, and he sticks to his principles. If Zhuo Wei and his 8 weekly magazines really make up stories about you, I'll be the first to object. This reporter was obviously determined to rely on Chen Guang. He thumped his chest to express his stance. If he won the bet, and Chen Guang withstood the pressure from Zhuo Wei and 8 weekly magazines. He could rely on the relationship he had built up today to easily interview people related to Tianguang Talent Management and Chen Guang. However, not everyone was optimistic about Chen Guang and his Tianguang Talent Management. Some of the people in the industry were quite unhappy. You're the only one who jumped out to take sides. Aren't you making it difficult for us? Thank you for your kindness, but it's fine. I'm not afraid of slanderous accusations. Let him say whatever he wants. All right, today's press conference will end here. Everyone please go back. Chen Guang immediately asked the guests to leave. He also knew that even if that fellow was patting his chest earlier, it would already be benevolent of him if he didn't smear his name in the news. Why would he help him go against 8 weekly? What a joke. No matter what, I really beat someone up today, and I even broke his hand. On the other side, Zhuo Wei and his men ran out of the hotel. They sat in the minibus and looked at each other. Boss, what should we do now? One of his men asked anxiously. Thinking of the scene where Gongzi's hand had been forcibly broken, they were really quite scared. F***CK. I can't let it go like this. I, Zhuo Wei, have never suffered such a big loss. It's my miscalculation. I didn't expect him to be so hateful. I didn't prepare well enough before rushing over. Fortunately, I got something useful. Zhuo Wei also touched his neck, which was a little blue. Just now, Chen Guang's hand had strangled his neck too hard. Boss, I want to go to the hospital, Gongzi said helplessly. His bone had been forcibly broken. Although the pain had been relieved, it was not much better. He was still sweating profusely. Go to the hospital? Wait for a few minutes. Director Xia of Jiangyuan District will be here soon. Old Xia is my acquaintance. It's better for you to be here. It will be convenient to file a case. This time, if we don't bite a piece of his flesh, my name is not Zhuo Wei. Boss, but my hand hurts. I'm afraid there will be sequelae if we delay for a long time. Gongzi, you have worked hard this time. After this, I will give you a bonus. It's 200,000 yuan. How about it? When he heard that there was a 200,000 yuan bonus, Gongzi gritted his teeth and decided to hold on. Okay, thank you, boss. Zhuo Wei's plan was not a problem. With Gongzi's injury and his relationship with old Xia of Jiangyuan District, he did not need to say anything. He would first file a case and let Chen Guang know how powerful he was. What era was this? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had a big fist? Even celebrities had to follow the basic rules, okay? After waiting for a while, he saw other colleagues coming down from upstairs and leaving. Zhuo Wei's heart gradually became anxious. Obviously, the press conference was completely over. He looked at his watch and muttered, Old Xia should be here soon. We can't let Chen Guang escape, right? Just as they were talking, 3 police cars arrived with their sirens blaring. Zhuo Wei was overjoyed and quickly got out of the car to greet them. Old Xia, why are you so late? Come with me. This is Gongzi, the victim. Look at his broken hand. He is so vicious. Jiangyuan District Branch Chief Xiaojia looked at Zhuo Wei angrily. Save it. Do you think I don't know what you have been doing all day? Let me tell you. Let's do business according to the rules. The situation is as it should be. Recently, the limelight has been tight, so don't expect me to do too much for you. Zhuo Wei patted Xiaojia's shoulder warmly. Of course I understand. I won't make things difficult for you. He winked at Xiaojia, and both of them had a tacit understanding. Xiaojia was personally leading the team to handle a small case like Zhuo Wei's. How could he not get any benefits? Xiaojia was here to help him bluff others. This was not the first time they had done something like this. Don't pretend to be close to me. Xiaojia patted Zhuo Wei's hand off his shoulder. This is a serious case. By the way, your bodyguard's injury is quite serious. How did that person beat him? Who is it? Why is he so ruthless? Zhuo Wei was leading the way in front. He turned back and said, You will see it soon. It is not a big shot. He is just a small celebrity. Celebrity? He is so good at fighting. While Xiaojia was talking, Chen Guang and Tang Ying had already come down from the elevator. Behind them was Yu Hong, whose head was bandaged. The bleeding on Yu Hong's head had already stopped. Tang Ying's suturing skills were top-notch, and there seemed to be no more problems. Zhuo Wei pointed from afar and said proudly, "There, look. That's him, Chen Guang." Xia Yingjie was stunned for 2 seconds. Then he turned around and left. In his heart, he was already cursing Zhuo Wei's 8 generations of ancestors. How unlucky am I to have such an unlucky pig-like teammate like you? You can't cheat people like this. If you had said it was Chen Guang, I would not have come even if you beat me to death. That's right. Xia Yingjie, the chief of the Jiangyuan district branch, had interacted with Chen Guang long ago, and had a deep impression of him. Chen Guang had been brought to the Jiangyuan district branch once for the incident between Su Lijing and Wang Ren. At that time, Chen Guang was charged with 2 major crimes: illegal operation of a taxi booking online, and illegal modification of a vehicle. It sounded like a bluff, but it was actually Su Lijing's doing. However, when Wu Shan and Secretary Ma came to pick him up together, Xia Yingjie was scared out of his wits. When he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he quickly changed sides and barely escaped. It's been so long, and it wasn't easy for me to earn back my performance. Now you're pulling me in front of him again, and you want me to file a case for him? I'll give you a face. Chapter 611. Zhuo Wei didn't know how powerful Xia Yingjie was, but Xia Yingjie was well aware of it. No matter how much Zhuo Wei wanted to cause trouble, this matter had nothing to do with him. Someone who could make Secretary Ma and Wu Shan join hands to protect him, even if he had 10 heads, he wouldn't want to provoke him again. Go, go, go. Xia Yingjie took the lead and ran as fast as he could. He desperately waved his hand to signal the people behind him to move faster. The people he brought along were also knowledgeable. Many of them were present last time and knew how powerful Chen Guang was. Needless to say, they couldn't wait to run faster. They hated the fact that they couldn't use a city return scroll on the spot in real life. Zhuo Wei didn't understand what was going on. He was pointing at Chen Guang, planning to bring Xia Yingjie to arrest him. Old Xia, hurry up, they're coming. Old Xia? Where are you, Old Xia? Zhuo Wei turned his head and realized that there was no one around him. When he turned back, he realized that Xia Yingjie and the others had already run more than 10 meters away. Zhuo Wei had no idea what was going on. He turned around and chased after Xia Yingjie. Old Xia, what are you doing? Come back. I'm going back to your mother. Xia Yingjie finally stopped sprinting. Instead, he simply lifted his legs and sprinted. Get lost. I don't know you. Idiot. Don't get in the way of official business. We're on patrol. Xia Yingjie ran while panting. He turned his head and said to the people around him, Shaoli, remember to write a report when you get back. Today, I'll personally lead the patrol team to strengthen the public security in the area. Shaoli, who specialized in writing in the police station, had a poor physique. He was panting heavily. All right, Chief Xia, let's run and patrol on such a hot day. It'll definitely be a good story if it's published. That's for sure. Xia Yingjie ran even faster. He thought to himself, the last time I ran this fast was when I was the leader of the Key Case Investigation Unit more than 10 years ago, right? Sure enough, people were forced to be like this. If he hadn't made this trip today, he wouldn't have known that his heart was still young. How could the big-bellied Zhuo Wei catch up to Xia Yingjie's group? He could only watch helplessly as the reinforcements he had painstakingly gathered disappeared without a trace. His mind was in a complete mess. Zhuo Wei stood in the hotel parking lot, panting, holding his minibus. He tried to call Xia Yingjie, but the voice on the other side was also out of breath. Let me tell you, surnamed Zhua, I can't take care of this mess of yours. Don't King come looking for me again. What happened, Shirlai? Wasn't Chen Guang just a small-time celebrity? I know he won a case before, but that's because Su Lijing wasn't clean, right? Our case is different. Even if Chen Guang has some background, doesn't he still have to follow the law? Don't talk to me about the law. Alright, that's all I have to say. If you want to listen, then listen. If you don't, then forget it. We've been in the Jianghu for a long time. Farewell. After that, Xia Yingjie hung up. Zhuo Wei called again, and sure enough, he had been blacklisted. Boss, what should we do now? Boss, my hand hurts. It's almost useless. I want to go to the hospital. Gongzi was still howling. Zhuo Wei threw his phone fiercely. F***CK. I don't believe it. Should we still call the police? No, send Gongzi to the hospital first. I have to think about this at length. The more daring a person is, the more productive he will be. I don't believe that Chen Guang has connections with the heavens. We'll talk about it later. Forget it. Let's go back tonight and see how the situation goes. If there's really someone with connections with the heavens, we'll stop. If there's no movement, we'll go all out. Zhuo Wei was also determined. Jin Shiyue should know that we've caused such a ruckus. If there's any movement, it can only be the heavenly Jin Shiyue. If there's no movement, it means that the family isn't satisfied with Chen Guang as Jin Shiyue's boyfriend. What we're doing might even go along with their wishes. I, Zhuo Wei, have lived my entire life in fear. I'm betting on this. If I win, I'll be successful and famous. If I lose, I'll suffer a crushing defeat. I'm China's #1 paparazzi, a Pui, China's #1 entertainment reporter. No one in the entertainment industry dares to treat me like this. I can't take this lying down. Standing in front of the elevator on the 15th floor of the newly constructed Lida Tower in the heart of Wujing CBD, Tang Ying was still a little worried as she asked Chen Guang, "Are you sure we don't need to worry about Zhuo Wei? I just asked a good friend of mine about him. They all said that he's very difficult to deal with. If he sets his sights on you, he won't let it go easily." Chen Guang curled his lips nonchalantly. "It's fine. Good words mean fame. Bad words mean fame too. If he wants to stir up trouble, I'll just treat it as him helping me create hype. But it's not a good thing he's creating hype, right? What if he really sends people to tail you every day? It'll be quite a headache, won't it? You're not someone to be trifled with. Wu Tong told me before that she caught you and your female classmate at a hotel getting a room together." Tang Ying was very knowledgeable. Chen Guang hurriedly cleared himself. "There's nothing going on between me and Sun Xiaoxuan. It was a special situation that day. There's nothing strange going on. I'm not going to take the blame for this. Forget it. Anyway, it's impossible for a company as big as ours to just let a paparazzi smear our reputation. It's completely justified. If he really dares to say something groundless to smear your reputation, we won't just sit and wait for death. See if you're satisfied with the office location. They're almost ready to sign the contract. Originally, I didn't want such a large space, but Xiaokai insisted on making the office a little bigger to make it look more imposing." Tang Ying and Chen Guang followed the marketing manager sent by the Tang Jie Foundation. Actually, this was supposed to be the administrative department's Yu Hong's job, but he had already gone home to rest. Chen Guang walked in and looked left and right. His nose was filled with the smell of the newly renovated office. The spacious hall had already been set up with rows of desks and cubicles. The total area of the office was about 400 square meters. It looked imposing and grand, although it wasn't as impressive as when Chen Guang went to the Tianjin Energy headquarters in Yanjing. For a startup company, this should be impressive enough. Actually, the office location should have been Chen Guang's responsibility, but Tang Xiaokai considered that the old men in Yanjing were urging him to do it quickly. The sooner the better. He even wanted Chen Guang to sit in the office the next day and instruct dozens of people to squander, no work hard. Therefore, when Tang Xiaokai had decided on this matter yesterday, he had contacted the owner of the Lida building through his friend. The newly built Lida building had already been rented out more than 90% of the time. The only office space left was the 15th floor. Originally, this entire floor was reserved for Tang Xiaokai's friend, but after some discussion, the owner gave him face and rented about 1/5 of the floor to the newly established Tianguang brokerage. As for the remaining 1,600 square meters of office space on this floor, they would probably have to split it up and continue to rent it out. Just for this matter, Tang Xiaokai had done a huge favor by snatching his friend's newly renovated office space and bringing a lot of trouble to the owner of the Lida building. The other party also saw that Tang Xiaokai was doing well in the overseas investment industry and hoped that they could work together in the future. That was why they gave him face. On the other side, Chen Guang didn't reply to Tang Ying. Instead, he continued walking in. The 400 square meter office hall sounded big, but in fact, It didn't take long to reach the end. He pushed open the chairman's office door and walked on the wooden floorboards. He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass and looked down. Below him was the spacious 8-lane Wujing South Road. Cars came and went, and there was an endless stream of people by the roadside. How is it? Are you satisfied with the place? Tang Ying's heart ached for the money, but she also felt sorry for her brother. You don't know how many favors Xiao Kai has done for this place. Originally, his buddy rented this entire floor, but now that we've split it up, his buddy can't use this place anymore. The problem is that the owner of the Lida building has to rent out the other parts of this floor. I don't know how Xiao Kai negotiated with them, but it's quite troublesome. We have to do a good job. It's 130 million. The Tang Jia Fund doesn't just belong to the Tang family. We have to answer to the other shareholders. Chen Guang took a deep breath, turned around, and grabbed her shoulders with both hands. That's right. Sister Tang Ying, let's do a big job. Tang Ying was startled by his sudden passion, and her face turned red. Huh? What? Here? That's not quite. All right. There are still a lot of people outside. Chen Guang was speechless. Looking at her red face, he felt that there was something wrong with her reaction. It was completely different from what he had expected. Wait a minute. From what she said, it seemed like she had gotten the wrong idea. What she was implying was that they could just change the place. OMG, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be like this, Sister Tang Ying. Very good. I like it very much, but now is not the time. Regarding this office, Chen Guang only had 3 words to describe it. Dissatisfied. Extremely dissatisfied. There was no other reason other than 3 words. It was too small. Whether it was the office hall outside, or the chairman's office he was in, or the general manager's office next door, or the deputy general manager's office, they were all too small. Not to mention the employees who were doing their jobs. He had to sneak in close to 40 employees from the Guangdong General Headquarters without anyone noticing. How could a mere 400 square meters of area be enough? The hall could at most fit 80 to 90 tables, and he would have to use his head without anyone noticing. Therefore, this office hall was really too small. To hide 40 people, he would have to increase the size of the entire company to more than 150 people. Right? What a startup company that hasn't even understood the business needs to hire so many people. Isn't that courting death? Going bankrupt at any moment? Stop joking. The old man had $20 million in his pocket, which was 130 million waiting to be spent. Cost control? Sorry, the wind is too strong. I can't hear you clearly. Also, what is this chairman's office? A 5x5 glass cubicle and it's done? It doesn't even have a bedroom, a massage chair, or an indoor golf course. How can I face myself? Who wants an unlucky glass cubicle? The employees outside can look up and see what I'm doing inside. How am I going to fight in my office? How am I going to carry out my work? How am I going to realize the value of my life? This kind of office conditions is completely inconsistent with the prodigal style that the elders have set for me. The old man's office must be at least 100 square meters. It must be an office with echoes when you sing outside. It must be soundproof, and the people outside won't be able to see what I'm doing inside. My desk must be a large curved round gold-rimmed Jinnan wood. After carefully considering the price of the gold-rimmed Jinnan wood, Chen Guang silently changed the material of the desk to mahogany. Such a large piece of gold-rimmed Jinnan wood could probably be used to make a car full of beads. In addition, the lounge behind him must also be 50 square meters. It must have a super large soft bed that can lie 7 or 8 people at the same time. If necessary, it must have an electric massage function. As for the waterbed, forget it, that's too wretched. Then, he would hire 17 or 18 young and beautiful secretaries. From then on, the secretaries would do all the work. Chen Guang's mind had completely gone astray. He couldn't help but show a very lascivious smile on his face, which scared Tang Ying, who was being held by his hands on her shoulders. Hey, what are you thinking in your head, you silly guy? Tang Ying blushed. She raised her hand and ruthlessly flicked his head. Chen Guang came back to his senses from the pain. He hurriedly let go of his hand and held his head. I was just blinded by the passion of entrepreneurship. That's not what I meant. Tang Ying glared at him. The blush on her face showed no signs of subsiding. Don't pretend in front of me. Do you think I don't know you? I can even clearly remember how many folds there are on your bad guy. Touch your collar. It's all wet from your saliva. I really don't know what's going on in your head. Count it as my bad luck to meet you. Come with me. Tang Ying came up and pulled on Chen Guang's sleeve. Chen Guang was confused. Where to? Anyway, just to take a look at the office. Now let's find a place with no one around. I'm telling you, I'll only use my hands. You can't tell Lady Tong. Otherwise, don't even think about getting a chance in the future. On the other hand, Tang Ying was open-minded. In the past, she treated Chen Guang as a patient with a weak kidney. And it wasn't the first or second time that she fell into his trap. Although she knew that he wasn't sick, she didn't feel any obstruction in her heart. Thinking back to when she was in school, she and Wu Tong would sneak around at home and watch movies by themselves. Their faces would turn red, and their hearts would race. She was actually a little excited. Tang Ying thought to herself, "Don't laugh at me. I've been single for more than 20 years. Isn't it tough for a beautiful lady like me?" The most annoying thing was that based on the current situation, she probably wouldn't be able to get married for the next 8 to 10 years. Her days were long. So what if she had a handsome younger brother to take advantage of him? Sister Ying, we can't leave yet. Chen Guang's heart ached. He didn't expect Tang Ying to be so bold. But now that there was an important matter at the office, he couldn't delay it. If he didn't change his mind, he would have to sign the contract. Why? Are you sick of it? Tang Ying stared at him. Chen Guang quickly shook his head and said loudly, "No, absolutely not. It's just that this office won't do. Let's go find Li Da's boss. I want to rent the entire floor." What? Are you crazy? Tang Ying was shocked. Do you know how much it costs a year to rent an entire floor? I just did the math. It's 4 million. What's wrong? Don't we have 130 million? Chen Guang didn't expect Tang Ying to have such a big objection. It seemed that she was quite thrifty. But we don't need such a large area. Our company only signed you. We don't have any other artists. We don't even know the direction of our business. Why do we need such a large area? Even if we have money, we can't fool around like this, right? Tang Ying didn't even accept an office of 400 square meters. It was Tang Xiaokai who insisted on it. Now, she couldn't stand Chen Guang's attitude of renting the entire floor. Their argument in the office attracted the employees of the Tang Jie Foundation. Chen Guang first looked at the managers of Tianguang Brokerage, who had made reservations with blank faces. These people had obviously been abandoned by Tang Xiaokai and had come with the mentality of a lost future. Chen Guang looked at Tang Ying, who was very anxious and opposed to his squandering. He took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. It was time to show the old man's trick. He didn't need to practice it. He knew it when he was born. All these years, the immoral and incompetent old man had relied on this trick to get to where he was. Chapter 612. Sister Tang Ying, do you want me to make a career out of the 130 million yuan Xiaokai gave me? Or just sit and eat it away? Chen Guang took a deep breath and said softly, but his tone was very firm. Tang Ying said without hesitation, "This is an investment. Of course it has to be profitable. You can't eat away that much money in your lifetime." Chen Guang smiled. "Yes, although I don't know Xiaokai's character very well. I know he's a famous investment guru in Europe and America. Although not every investment can make a big profit, I believe that since he chose to bet so much money on me, and my shares are as high as 50%, it's basically equivalent to him giving me 10 million US dollars. No matter what he says, I believe that as a businessman, no matter what he says, it's all about making money." It was rare for Tang Ying to see Chen Guang so serious, and she was stunned for a moment. Her mind no longer thought about Chen Guang renting the whole floor. She herself did not know much about business. Although she was a genius in the medical field, she specialized in different fields. When it came to investment management, and even business, Tang Ying was a complete layman. This time, she had forced herself to do it and forced herself to do it. Now, After being fooled by Chen Guang, Tang Ying suddenly saw the light. Yes, it was her first impression. With my brother's intelligence, why would he do something like that just for my sake? And this is not a small amount. He must have his own considerations. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to convince himself and the other investors. Could it be that I'm too conservative and underestimated the power of the internet celebrity economy? Is Chen Guang really worth that much money? With his current fame, could he really make a name for himself on the platform of Tianguang Brokerage, which Xiao Kai had built for him, with 130 million yuan? Once Tang Ying began to doubt herself, Chen Guang's next trick would be easy. Striking while the iron was hot, Chen Guang immediately added, "Yes, Sister Tang Ying, it's just as you imagined. The me today is no longer the me of the past. The person standing in front of you right now is the super internet celebrity who is almost at the top of the domestic internet celebrity circle. Brother Almighty, I have more than 13 million fans on Weibo, and any random post on Weibo would get more than 100,000 shares and comments. I've reached 3 million subscribers on Bamboo Live, and the number of online viewers will quickly exceed 1 million at any time. I know it's pretty impressive, but I don't think it's worth much. Don't some celebrities have tens of millions of fans?" Tang Ying was still confused. Chen Guang counted with his fingers. "Let me put it this way. I don't seem to have as many fans as other celebrities, but you have to know that I've never made a zombie fan before. All of my fans have slowly grown through my activities. They're real people, and it's the same for the subscribers in my live broadcast room. Take our Dachuan province's Dachuan satellite TV station as an example. They usually broadcast a trump card program with high ratings, and if they can achieve a rating of 2.0%, they'd be thanking the gods. What does a rating of 2.0% mean? At most, it's just a few million viewers. But my live broadcast room has more than 1 million viewers when it starts broadcasting. If I post something on Weibo, even if it's I ate 3 buns this morning, at least millions of people will see these 3 buns when they're scrolling through Weibo. In addition, the loyalty of my audience and fans is far higher than that of a TV station like Dachuan Satellite TV. The influence of my brother All-Rounder's identity as an internet celebrity is actually not that far off from a provincial TV station. Now, do you still think that the internet celebrity economy is really a bubble?" Tang Ying felt that there was something wrong with what he said, but she couldn't put her finger on it. But, no buts. Currently, the entire world of live broadcasting and internet celebrities may be a little impetuous. Or maybe there's a lot of hype involved, but I'm different. First of all of my data is real. Second, my fans aren't created by hype, but by my own ability. I've attracted them one by one. Other people may be bubbles that burst with a poke, but I'm an internet celebrity. I really can't burst it. In other words, you're really worth 130 million? If you really want to compare yourself to a TV station. Tang Ying was completely shaken. Chen Guang nodded heavily. Of course. Let me tell you one more thing. You know about the competition I organized 2 days ago, right? I know. Do you know how many viewers there are in the finals? How many? The peak is 25 million, and the average is 23 million. That's equivalent to 1/30th of the Olympic Games, 1/20th of the World Cup, 7/8 of the European Championship, and 3/4 of the Champions League. Take the World Cup for example. Just the broadcasting fees alone can reach $1 or $2 billion US, and that doesn't include advertising revenue. Even if the audience's loyalty for this competition isn't as high as the World Cup, if we convert the revenue from US dollars to RMB, it wouldn't be too much to earn 100 million after the competition, right? Tang Ying counted on her fingers. It really isn't too much. Chen Guang's expression turned serious. Then do you know how much I've earned this time? The entire competition was organized in a hurry, and the promotions, advertisements, and whatnot weren't done properly. The broadcasting authorization was even more arbitrary, and everything was decided on a whim. But I still earned this much, 48 million renminbi. Tang Ying's eyes widened. She had known Chen Guang for so long, but this was the first time she had heard him talk so eloquently about business. In the past, he didn't like to brag, and Tang Ying had always treated him like a child. However, after hearing his simple calculation, Tang Ying felt that Xiao Kai had not wasted his money by signing him to Tianguang brokerage at the price of 20 million US dollars. Instead, he had gotten a great deal. So, don't worry about our company not being able to make it big. It's just that I haven't taken on many advertisements. If we really want to take on a large number of advertisements, I'll learn from that Shui Ziqian. Yes, that's him. I'll learn from him and write jokes and advertise on Weibo every day. Our company won't suffer any losses. So, not only will Tianguang brokerage not collapse, but it will also grow bigger and bigger. We have to look to the future. And this Lida building is located in the center of the city. It's a good location. Today, we'll save 2 to 3 million a year and only rent 400 square meters. In 2 years, when the company grows bigger and bigger, there won't be enough space. We'll either have to go through a lot of trouble to move, or we'll have to think of ways to wrangle with those companies renting the same floor as us. Isn't that troublesome? Moreover, the boss of Lida building is giving us face, so we might as well take the entire floor. Isn't this saving him some trouble? He won't have to look for a new place to rent. Tang Ying was completely convinced by Chen Guang. What you said makes sense. Needless to say, Chen Guang's rambling not only attracted Tang Ying, but also the other managers of Tianguang brokerage, who had been waiting at the door, were all fired up. Looking at the fanatical and excited eyes of these people, Chen Guang also felt a sense of accomplishment. The old man's divine art of deception had not regressed at all. He was thankful for the years he spent as a sage in the Sea of Transient. Actually, the throne challenge was not that easy. It was too much of a coincidence that it became popular. If he were to do it all over again, he might not have the confidence to make it to such a big scale. Other than that, he was able to earn 48 million, because little Tsong was generous. Not only did he not earn a single cent, but he also paid 20 million to Chen Guang. If he were to get a less generous partner, Chen Guang would immediately lose 20 million of his 48 million, and then split it in half, leaving him with only a little more than 10 million. Then let's go find the boss of Lida building now, and settle the matter quickly. Tang Ying immediately clapped her hands, and made up her mind. Actually, she did not want to work here anymore. She kind of wanted to drop everything here, and go back to the hospital in peace. After all, she was now an official department head, and the person in charge of the inpatient department's emergency department. She had only taken a day off today, but the hospital had already piled up a lot of work. She felt that Chen Guang was simply a genius. He did not need her to manage him at all. Her presence here was completely counterproductive, but in the end, she still could not bear to completely drop everything. Wu Tong's request became her reason to convince herself. I have to help Lady Tong keep an eye on him. This guy was so wretched when he was letting his imagination run wild just now. If I really don't do anything, with his self-restraint, he will definitely have dozens of beauties displayed in the company. That's right, keeping an eye on him is my Tang Ying's mission. In less than half an hour, the 5-year contract was signed and a whole year's worth of rent was paid. The 15th floor of the Lida building, located in the second section of Rennan Road, belonged to Tianguang brokerage. There was still work to be done today. The company still had to hire people, and the office had to be rearranged. But Tang Ying did not care about these things. She rushed back to the hospital happily. On the way, she called Tang Xiaokai. Across the ocean, Tang Xiaokai heard Tang Ying repeat the words that Chen Guang had just tricked her with a smile. Little brother, let me tell you, Chen Guang really can't be judged by his appearance, and the sea can't be measured with a pail. I admit that I have underestimated him before. I think we have made a big profit this time. Yes, sister, you have worked hard. At this time, it was past 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Wujing. Tang Xiaokai was in the United States at 2 o'clock in the morning. He was sleeping soundly when he called Tang Ying. His whole body was drowsy, but he did not dare to lose his temper with Tang Ying. He could only deal with it bitterly. If it was someone else calling him at this time, he would have already started scolding. We have rented the entire floor of Lida building. There are no other floors. Otherwise, I would have taken the entire 14th to 46th floor. Tang Xiaokai's drowsiness was reduced by half. Also, I feel that you only invested $20 million for 50% of the shares. Isn't it too disadvantageous for him? Think about it. He alone is worth Dachuan satellite TV. Why don't you add another $20 million? Huh? Tang Xiaokai was completely awake. Chapter 613. Tang Xiaokai's hand was trembling as he held onto his phone. Sis, are you really going there to look at our assets, and not to help Chen Guang squander? You've been tricked by him. You've been tricked by him. Why didn't I realize in the past that the honest and kind bro Chen Guang is actually so black-bellied deep down? Sis, that's not how things are done. He's quite famous now. And his Weibo is quite popular too. But how can he be compared to a satellite TV station? The content production is on a completely different level, alright? Furthermore, other TV stations can use the SARFT network to broadcast their programs 24/7. How many advertisements can they broadcast every day? How many programs can they get? How many staff members do they have? How much equipment and fixed assets do they have? Although he says they have the same influence, the two are on a completely different level, alright? Most importantly, this is a task given to him by the higher-ups. To put it bluntly, his money is really for Chen Guang to squander. Do you really think he can make a name for himself? Just based on the phone call he tricked you into today, I think Tianguang manager will be dead within half a year. Tang Xiaokai is not like Tang Ying. The two of them are polar opposites. He is not a hothead in the business world. All these years, Tang Xiaokai has been involved in investments. What industry has he not been involved in? What industry has he not been familiar with? There are internet celebrities in China, and there are also internet celebrities in the US. His heart was as clear as snow, but he couldn't tell Tang Ying about this kind of worldly knowledge, because it would involve another layer of confidential information. He could only laugh it off. Don't worry. If it really produces some results, I'll just increase my investment. But you can't dilute his shares. I know that. Sis, whose side are you on? Are you really my sister? Am I a gift from mom and dad for topping up their phones? Are you the only biological son? Tang Xiaokai is furious. Tang Ying also knew that she had gone overboard by siding with an outsider, so she chuckled. I'm just kidding. Anyway, listen carefully. You better open your eyes and see how your sister, your vice president, is doing. I can set up a media conglomerate for you at any time. I'll crush that stupid angel investor of yours. Alright, you better hurry to the hospital. Be careful on the road. Tang Xiaokai yawned. After the siblings hang up, Tang Xiaokai got up and gulped down 2 glasses of water before he calmed down. He touched his chest, feeling a throbbing pain. On the other hand, Chen Guang originally intended to recruit a large number of people today, but in the end, Yu Hong lost too much blood and fell asleep at home. On the other hand, the people from Beijing only arrived at night. Thus, Chen Guang slapped his thigh and decided not to recruit anyone today. Decorate the entire floor, all the offices, everything that needs to be decorated. I don't want this chairman's office. Change it to this one. Do you see it? I want this big office with 3 entrances and 3 exits. Get me a renovation company. I want European style, no Chinese style. Get me a screen here and a portrait of a lady bathing here. All the furniture in the chairman's office, get me mahogany. Make it as grand as possible. Partition my resting room. I want a big bathroom. Get me a bathtub too. Put a statue of Yu Lian beside the bathtub. That's right. His penis must be able to release water. I don't want plaster. I want marble. The bed must be big, soft, and made of real leather. Xian Qin, why are you looking at me like that? I have a reason for doing this. The most important thing in our company is my creativity. How does my creativity come about? It must be in the most comfortable environment. Only then can I be inspired. Only then can I come up with better ideas. Only then can I come up with better performances that can attract the fans. This is not called squandering. This is called investment. Do you understand? Investing in one's artistic selves and improving one's creativity is the most valuable investment. In the past, Chen Guang had always looked down on those nouveau riches. He felt that they were very old-fashioned and vulgar. Only today did he understand why he looked down on others. It was because he was jealous. He was jealous that others could spend money like that. That was why he believed in the theory of hard work and plain living. When he had the opportunity to spend other people's money so lavishly, he realized how scary a person's potential was. The old man was afraid of himself when he started squandering. He even thought that if he took a picture of himself now, he could seamlessly blend it into the movie Big Shot. There was only one principle when it came to spending money. Don't ask for the best, just ask for the most expensive. He was stingy when it came to things that made him unhappy. For example, even if Zhuo Wei risked his life, he wouldn't be able to get a single cent from him. But when it came to things that made him want to spend money, he would not be stingy. After all, it was not his own money. Just as Chen Guang was busy squandering, in another office building in Wujing, there was also a large group of people revolving around him. Zhuo Wei, who was famous in Wuxia's gossip circle, was instructing his subordinates to write jokes, organize videos, and organize screenshots. He just had to wait for a few more hours. Once the news from Yanjing came back, Zhuo Wei would risk his life and have a life-and-death struggle with Chen Guang, who had just established Tianguang Agency. In the Li De gang, Chen Guang was so busy that he had dinner with the 7 or 8 employees in the company. Only then did he drive back to Wenxing town leisurely. I feel like I've had a very fulfilling day, Chen Guang said to Xianqin as he whistled. His left and right hand were playing a song on the car's stereo. Xianqin crossed her arms. Her current identity was Chen Guang's personal assistant. She didn't help much today. After the press conference, she sat in a corner and played with her phone. There's a car following us. Suddenly Xianqin said. Chen Guang glanced at the car from the corner of his eye. Indeed, he saw a Golf GTI following them sneakily in the rearview mirror. After waiting for another 7 or 8 minutes, the Golf was still following them. It was obvious that the paparazzi were not running away. Don't follow too closely. If he discovers us, we'll be in trouble. He and his bodyguards are very good. Brother, I have to follow him closely. I've seen his Weibo before. This guy is a god of racing, a god. If he gets excited and wants to step on the accelerator, we'll have to eat the dust. Bullsh*T. How can he run with a broken Passat? Yours is a 2.0 T GDI. His is a business sedan. You two are not on the same level. That's true. While the two people in the Golf GTI were chatting, Chen Guang had already stepped on the accelerator. About 17 or 18 seconds later, the two people in the GTI completely lost sight of Chen Guang. After turning a corner, there was another fork in front of them. They had no idea where Chen Guang had gone. His Passat is a little fast. It is a little fast. What if we lose him now? I don't know. Go back and ask the boss. In the phaeton, Chen Guang curled his lips in disdain. Are you kidding me? 2 small fries want to follow my car? Looking at his proud look, Xianqin couldn't help but say. About 11 or 12 years ago, there was a star who was also followed by paparazzi. He wanted to race away, but he died in an accident. There was such a thing. Well, when you were messing around there today, I saw it on the internet. It seemed to be a very famous female singer. I also found something interesting. What? Can we finish talking in one breath? Can we not take so much time? The reporter who chased after the car was Zhuo Wei, who you met today. However, he hadn't started a weekly magazine back then. He was just a slightly famous freelance reporter, or paparazzi. So you mean that nothing happened to Zhuo Wei after the female singer died? Instead he became famous? Then his business got bigger and bigger. Now he even started a magazine? Chen Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. Xianqin nodded. You're right. Chen Guang was silent for a long time before saying. After all, legally speaking, he doesn't seem to have any responsibility. So even if he's being scolded by thousands of people, it's useless. The more people scold him, the more famous he becomes. In the past, I also thought that martial artists like Poison Sect and Dark Sect were the most despicable. They were cold-blooded and heartless. But now it seems like ordinary people aren't much better. The difference between the two is that martial artists are more direct. They'll draw their swords at the slightest disagreement. Zhuo Wei, on the other hand, became even more vicious after he made a fortune from the dead, Xianqin said. Chen Guang really did not expect Xianqin, a little girl who usually looked like a little girl, to say something like that. Why don't I go and kill him? My hands are getting itchy, Xianqin suddenly said. Chen Guang stepped on the brakes and stopped by the roadside. He turned to look at her. Are you serious? Xianqin nodded. I'm serious. But I don't agree. Why? The reason why we want to replace the Special Affairs Bureau with our Guangdong General Bureau, and the reason why I want to deal with Poison Sect and Dark Sect with Wenwen, is because I'm sick of the situation where martial artists are above ordinary people. So, we can't become like that. Xianqin tilted her head and looked at Chen Guang, her big eyes sparkling. Chen Guang patted her head. That's right, especially you, because you're my deputy director. Even if someone wants to kill Zhuo Wei, only I can do it. Do you understand? Xianqin vaguely understood, but she did not really understand it. However, she was willing to listen to what Chen Guang had to say. After returning home, Chen Guang scrolled through Weibo in boredom. He first posted the official press release sent by Tianguang Agency's staff, and used his Weibo account to announce the establishment of his company. After that, he interacted with his fans in the comments section, and chatted about random things. The fans in the comments section had their own opinions on the establishment of his company. There were two sides to their views. Some people were cheering, and saying that Brother All-Rounder had finally made it to the next level. From an unorthodox internet celebrity who fought alone, he now had a team of his own. In the future, he would definitely be able to produce better videos or achieve better results. However, there were also some fans or haters who pretended to be fans. They criticized Brother All-Rounder on Weibo, saying that he was no longer pure, and had become a cliché. He only thought about making money when he started a company. If it were in the past, Chen Guang would definitely have a good argument with these haters. However, now that he had experienced a lot, he was used to it. There were too many comments on Weibo, and he really could not manage them all. As long as the old man was happy, it was fine. Of course, he only replied to the real fans' comments. If they were really bad, he would directly and permanently ban them. Suddenly, at around 9 o'clock at night, a bunch of new comments appeared. Chen Guang's pupil shrank. Zhuo Wei really could not hold it in. Chapter 614. Expose the true face of the almighty Superman Chen Guang. Discuss how a vulgar, violent, uncultured, and lacking in public morality quickly became popular on the internet. Behind the impetuous economy of the internet celebrity hides a team of hype without a bottom line. Interview Chen Guang's classmates at Gokyo University. What kind of person is Chen Guang? Skipping classes, fighting, hitting classmates, hitting teachers, and playing with girls' feelings. This kind of person is your almighty brother. Rich second-generation Chen Guang's so-called grassroots counterattack road. Local tycoons do black-hearted business, causing more than 100 people to suffer food poisoning. Now he is still at large. Detailed analysis of all the fake recordings of the almighty Superman so far. Xiangjiang's racing god is someone else, not Chen Guang himself. Deceived Jin Shiyue and Chen Guang put on a bad show. Beijing's left and right-hand concert. Chen Guang's piano performance was fully revealed. Played the recording and pretended to play it himself. Shameless to the extreme. A new skill after lip-syncing fake bullet. Bribed world championship referee, ugly darts show. Inside the throne challenge. Professional players tell you how Chen Guang makes people become his actors. How low can a person go in order to be famous? This series of comments appeared almost at the same time, and all of them were posted by different IDs. In just a few seconds, they dominated Chen Guang's entire comment section, and there was no time to delete or ban them. Behind every comment, there was a link to Zhuo Wei's carefully crafted article. On the other side, Xianqin, who was fiddling with her laptop, was so angry that she slammed the table. Nonsense! These bastards! Chen Guang turned his head, and found that she was browsing the portal website. In just a short while, the same news appeared on many portal websites. Although it was not in bold and red headlines, The negative reports that appeared swept the front page of the portal website like a tsunami. It was impossible not to see it. The scene suddenly became a little ridiculous. The headline in bold and red was the announcement of the establishment of Tianguang Agency. Inside was the company's vision, carefully crafted by the company's clerk. In the future, they would definitely contribute better content and IP to everyone. But under the headlines were a bunch of groundless scandals. Zhuo Wei, who had dominated the gossip and Vanity Fair for more than a decade, was always aggressive when he made his move. Apart from that, on the Weibo platform, he refreshed it slightly and instantly saw a lot of VIPs and well-known media reposting and commenting on these scandals. Even if he did not follow these people, it did not matter. Zhuo Wei had obviously spent money to buy topics. As long as it was reposted, it would become a trending topic and appear in the Weibo of those he did not follow. This was a sudden, organized, premeditated, and all-out attack on him. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair. This grandson is really daring. I'm going to kill them now. He's slandering you without any foundation. This is too much. Xianqin slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Chen Guang did not stop her. He just sat in his chair and stared at her. It was enough to persuade her once. If she wanted to go, it was her own decision. He could not stop her. Xianqin had always thought of herself as a strong-willed person. After all, in the Thousand Despair sect, she had always been the grand senior sister, who was second only to her master. However, after looking at him for a while, she felt a little diffident and did not dare to look into his eyes. She did not know what was wrong with her. Why should she be afraid of him? He can't beat me at all. But in the end, she still sat down, feeling wronged. I won't go. Don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Chen Guang walked up to her. That's right. That's a good girl. Don't worry. What's fake can't be real. His scandals may seem impressive, but they can't stand up to scrutiny. I won't just sit back and do nothing. But at this point, he can do whatever he wants. It doesn't matter. Just like I said, it doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. The more he slanders now, the more obvious the positive effect will be when we refute his scandals one by one. If you don't slap my butt, your image will be even more impressive. Oh my, that's strange. Little Xianqin, there seems to be a magnet on your butt. My hand is being sucked in. I can't control it at all. Although he did not seem to care, it only lasted for a short while. After many people read the news, the style of the comments under Chen Guang's Weibo changed. The die-hard fans who had been following him were not so easily affected, but the average fans, or those who were in between passers-by and fans, were shaken. They began to post questions on Weibo, asking others if it was true. Once they started asking questions, it meant that they already believed it. There were also some haters who did not like Chen Guang to begin with. At this moment, they went wild and shared all kinds of comments. The two sides were arguing fiercely under his Weibo. I didn't expect Brother All-Rounder to be such a person. Fan turned to Road. Road turned to Anti-Fan. Anti-Fan. I can't turn anymore. Anyway, I told you guys long ago that this person is unreliable. He relies on hype and women. I really don't know what you guys are thinking. How can a fan of him be as good as he makes himself out to be? Upstairs, calm down. Listen to me. Don't get agitated. Shout with me. Trash all-rounder, give me back my goddess. Give me back my youth. Today was really a wild day. The newly established Tianguang Agency had no way to fight back. It was not that they did not have the money to do these things, but they did not have the manpower. The most reliable person, Yu Hong, was still recuperating at home. However, it was estimated that he would get a call soon. But Chen Guang couldn't possibly let Yu Hong take care of this matter, after losing so much blood today. After all, Zhuo Wei's little trick wasn't enough to make Chen Guang's sky collapse. So there was no need for Yu Hong to risk his life. After a while, the phone calls came in one after another. First was Tang Ying. Chen Guang spent about 30 seconds to calm her down. His exact words were as follows. Every single point that they defame me, I'm not afraid of the shadow. Don't panic. Wait for them to make a fuss. Then we'll slowly deal with them one by one. Then, Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage called together. They asked him if he wanted them to use their influence to help him clarify the matter. Chen Guang also told them not to act rashly. At this time, if the two of them clarified the matter first, it would only make them look like they were hiding something. Wu Tong did not dare to ask too much. Presumably, Chen Guang's words had already been conveyed to her through Tang Ying. His little sister Fan Lingshan, who had not seen him for a long time, wanted to rush back from school. She was worried that the online scandals would make Chen Guang angry, so she wanted to be by his side when he was down. In the end, Chen Guang casually told his little sister not to worry and to stay at school to study. A senior student should act like a senior student. Moreover, he was restudying after throwing away his studies for a year. Even if the sky fell, he would be able to support it. Don't worry for nothing. Lu Fei also called and asked Chen Guang if he needed her to ask the public relations team of Lu Chemical for help. However, Chen Guang rejected her suggestion. This was his own matter. Lu Fei wanted to help out, but there was really no need to pull her family's company's team out. Besides, Lu Chemical was good at public relations, such as pollution, and not entertainment news. It didn't seem very professional. The conversation between the two was as follows. Listen to me. Our Lu Chemical's public relations is really super strong. Black can also be turned into white. Stinky gutters can be blown into pure water. Your little thing can be done in minutes. Don't worry, let me try first. I owe you too much, and it's not easy to pay back your family. Wait, what did you just say? Stinky gutters can be blown into pure water? This kind of words in front of me, who is studying environmental protection and is determined to live a good life. Are you really a man? Bah, you can be smug. Goodbye. If you really can't handle it, remember to call me. Lu Fei slammed down the phone. When Chen Guang finally finished the phone call and settled down, it was about 10 o'clock. The quarrel under his Weibo had not stopped. The basket of scandals thrown out by Zhuo Wei and his 8 weekly was still fermenting and continuing to erupt. Under Weibo, more and more people turned to hate, and even many fans who unfollowed him appeared. Chen Guang snorted disdainfully at those foolish people who were easily deceived. In fact, there were already technical geek fans who helped to explain and clarify on his Weibo. But under the attack of the internet water army and some real haters, these technical geek fans' defense and evidence were a little weak and powerless. No matter what they said, it would be quickly suppressed by the haters and water army. Xianqin was more distressed than Chen Guang himself. Now her National Darts League was tied to Chen Guang, and Chen Guang's reputation was damaged, which would inevitably lead to the decline of the influence of the National Darts League. She was also anxious. With a depressed mood, Xianqin walked to the window and looked up at the sky, feeling quite helpless. Suddenly, her eyes flashed, and then she sat back in the chair quietly, turned to Chen Guang and said, "Someone in the opposite building is taking pictures of us. It should be with a high-powered telescope. F***CK, Zhuo is a professional. He found our place so quickly." Chen Guang finally had a new understanding of Zhuo Wei's efficiency. Sure enough, hearing about him was not as good as meeting him in person. The title of China's #1 paparazzi was not for nothing. He's a little bold. He even took pictures of my house. Chen Guang narrowed his eyes again. Recently, he had read a lot of novels, and it was said that powerful people would squint their eyes when they were angry. He heard that there was a mysterious domineering aura. He tried it a few times today, and the effect was good. "What do we do now?" Xianqin asked. Chen Guang squeezed a smile on his face and stretched. "We've been busy all day. Let's go out for some barbecue." Xianqin understood and said, "I kind of want to eat meat." They changed their shoes, opened the door, and went downstairs. "Brother Huang, I'm not bragging, but in this generation of Wenxingzhen, ever since Scarface and Glasses Wu fell, I, Brother Blackface, have the final say. Who is the person you guys are watching? Why are you acting so mysterious?" In the room, a burly dark-faced man wearing a black singlet was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. He was happily gnawing on a chicken drumstick in his hand. This person, whom he addressed as Brother Huang, was Zhuo Wei's right-hand man. Within 8 weekly, he was known as Mad Dog Huang. Mad Dog Huang had a few strengths. He could fight, squat, slap, and run when he was discovered. If he could not run, he would turn back and fight. Ordinary bodyguards were no match for him. In recent years, Zhuo Wei rarely went out personally, and Mad Dog Huang was one of the most troublesome paparazzi in the industry. Other than Mad Dog Huang and Brother Blackface, there were another 11 or 12 people in the room. 2 of them were employees of 8 Weekly, and the remaining 9 were Wenxingzhen's local tyrants. Recently, Wenxing Town's Deputy Commissioner Wu Tong, who was especially tough, had been transferred away. The hooligans in the town had gradually emerged in the limelight again. Blackface Bro was one of the best, and he had the momentum to surpass Scarface Bro. This time, Mad Dog Huang came to secretly take pictures. He knew that Chen Guang was powerful, and to be on the safe side, he specially invited Brother Blackface over. He said he wanted to chat and reminisce, but in fact he was afraid that if something went wrong, he would be more confident with more people on his side, although it might not be of much use. Chapter 6:15. Blackface, these little brothers of yours seem to be quite good at fighting. Mad Dog Huang stepped back from the binoculars. Chen Guang and Xanqin had already left the house. He knew lip reading, and from Chen Guang's lips, he knew that he was going for a barbecue. Since Chen Guang would not be back for a while, Mad Dog Huang did not continue to watch. Brother Blackface flicked the bone in his hand, and it flew straight into the trash bin 2 meters away. He was a good citizen who cared about hygiene. Brother Huang, it's not that I'm bragging, but everyone in our group is good at fighting. With our status in town, who would dare to disrespect us? Status in the Jiang who is fought for with one's fists, not with one's mouth. That's good. As long as you can fight. When I'm done with these few days, I'll give Brother Blackface a 30,000 yuan red packet for you guys to buy cigarettes. Brother Blackface grinned. Brother Huang, you're a good friend. It's my pleasure. The 8 Weekly employee who was in charge of the internet came over. Boss, the internet here doesn't seem to be very good. The video just now won't be uploaded anytime soon. Mad Dog Huang waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine. Let's film first. You can drive it back to the company when it's done. He sat down and fiddled with the equipment. Looking at the footage, Mad Dog Huang slapped his thigh and said, Damn, this Chen guy is so lucky. He's surrounded by beautiful women. Let's not talk about his celebrity girlfriend. Even the vice president of Tianguang Company, that our boss took a picture of today, is also very beautiful. That little girl is also so pink and tender. Why does she follow him all the time? It's really infuriating to compare with others. He saw Chen Guang intentionally or unintentionally slapping Xanqin's butt, and he was extremely jealous. Rich people know how to have fun, but even rich people are afraid of you. Oh right, Brother Huang. What was the name of the person who filmed today? Chen. Brother Blackface grabbed another piece of fried chicken and chewed on it. Mad Dog Huang did not answer him directly. It's nothing, just a small celebrity. I'm doing some business with him. Let's not talk about him, it makes me angry. Come, let's drink. Brother Blackface saw that Mad Dog Huang did not want to talk about it, so he did not press him further. After all, he had brought his brothers here to do some small business and earn some easy money. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door of the room they rented. Brother Blackface frowned and looked at the time on his phone. That's weird, it's already 10:30 p.m. Who is it? Mad Dog Huang, on the other hand, was much more nervous than Brother Blackface. He stood up abruptly, a bad feeling rising in his heart, but he also felt that it was impossible. The distance between the 2 buildings was 300 meters. The binoculars on his side were also hidden under the curtains, revealing only a small black cannon barrel. There was no video on the internet, and the 2 of them only glanced at the window when they came back. It was impossible for them to be discovered so quickly. Little did he know that as a disciple of the Thousand Extremities sect, Xanqin's specialty was hidden weapons and darts. Her eyesight was what she practiced. To others, this distance might seem like a fairy tale, but to Xanqin, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Brother Blackface did not know that danger was approaching. Seeing that Mad Dog Huang did not move, he signaled one of his men to go and see who it was. Who is it? The underling was half naked and didn't rush to open the door. Instead, he stood at the door and asked, "Open the door, it's a delivery man." Chen Guang answered in a muffled voice outside the door. "Are you crazy? Delivering your mother's delivery in the middle of the night?" The man was a hot-tempered man. He did not think too much about it. Thinking that it was someone causing trouble, he raised his hand and opened the door, ready to beat the person up. Before he could finish, Chen Guang grabbed him by the neck and threw him into the room. He flew 3 to 4 meters and landed on the edge of the sofa, causing Brother Blackface to stumble. Brother Blackface did not know what was going on. He slammed the coffee table and stood up. "Who's looking for death?" In the next second, his expression changed. He recognized Chen Guang. Although Chen Guang rarely interacted with the gangsters in Wenxing Town, Chen Guang was a legend in Wenxing Town. Not to mention his relationship with the violent policewoman. The terrifying beauty, who was always with him, was the one that the gangsters in Wenxing Town feared the most. Whoever dared to provoke her would be beaten up. Wenwen's domineering reputation had long spread throughout the town through the sweeping in front of the internet cafe. In this town, it was acceptable to offend anyone, even the police. However, no matter who it was, they could not afford to offend that beautiful girl. Otherwise, no one would be able to save them. Along with that, Chen Guang was also included in the list of people who could not be provoked. Recently, Chen Guang was quite famous in Wenxing Town. How could Brother Blackface not know him? "Oh my God. Brother Huang, you told me earlier that you were going to keep an eye on him. Am I not a ghost?" Brother Blackface took a few steps back. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife. Mad Dog Huang was angry. "You look like a bear. And you still have a place in the underworld?" "My underworld, my ass. King admitted it the moment we met. At least let me think about how to fool you in my mind. Now that you admitted it directly, what should I do?" Xian did not rush to follow, but blocked the door, as if she wanted to play the role of blocking the door. Chen Guang walked inside. "Yo, friends from Octave magazine are quite dedicated. You don't sleep in the middle of the night, but come here to take pictures of me. Are you happy?" Mad Dog Huang's eyes turned around. He took out his weapon from his back and touched the dagger behind him. He was also angry. He heard that Chen Guang broke Gang Zi's forearm with his bare hands. If Chen Guang wanted to kill him, he might die here if he didn't think of a way to save his life. "I'm called Mad Dog Huang in the underworld. Don't force me. Mr. Chen, this is a misunderstanding. I'm not from Octave magazine. I'm just an astronomy enthusiast." Mad Dog Huang lied with his eyes wide open while desperately gesturing to the staff of Octave magazine behind him. The people behind him understood and planned to delete the video. "Misunderstanding? Come on, take out the dagger behind you and show me. I want to see how deep your misunderstanding is." As Chen Guang said this, he leaned down slightly. His left hand seemed to grasp one of the legs of the tempered glass coffee table. And then he lifted the coffee table with one hand. This coffee table weighed at least 70 or 80 pounds. His action really made Brother Blackface and Mad Dog Huang's eyelids twitch. Brother Blackface wanted to cry. Didn't they say that the girl next to him was very good at fighting? How come he didn't seem to be much worse? I'll King kill you. From the beginning to the end, Chen Guang didn't show the slightest bit of kindness. Mad Dog Huang finally lost control. His mind went crazy, and he pulled out his dagger. "Brother Blackface, why the are you still standing there? He has already seen us. Do you think he wants to keep the peace? You're brave, but it's useless." Chen Guang raised his hand and swung the huge glass coffee table half a circle in the air, then smashed it down on Mad Dog Huang's head. From the moment Chen Guang entered the room to the dozen or so people in the room, all lying on the ground, it took less than 2 minutes. Mad Dog Huang, who annoyed celebrities but was helpless, was lying on the ground. His head was bleeding, and he was basically a dead dog. Fortunately, Chen Guang had a sense of propriety. Otherwise, he would have died countless times with the coffee table. Looking at the scene of him patting Xian's, but in the living room, Chen Guang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The other party didn't have time to delete it. He grabbed Mad Dog Huang and placed his head in front of the computer. Tell me, did you send it out? Mad Dog Yellow was so frightened by his cold look that its legs trembled. No. Really? You have to think carefully. If I see the video outside, it's useless for me to let you go today. You'll really die later. It's not hard to find a fugitive to take your life for 10 million. You're not young anymore. You should have a family. Although it's good to earn money, you need to be alive to spend it, right? As Chen Guang spoke, he took out all the electronic devices on them and crushed them in his hands. Mad Dog Huang shook his head like a rattle drum. I really didn't. I swear. Well, consider yourself lucky. After pounding him on the ground, Chen Guang called Wang Long at the Wenxing town branch. Now that Wu Tong had been transferred, Chen Guang only knew Wang Long at the Wenxing town branch. Coincidentally, it was Wang Long, the newly promoted captain, who was on night shift today. Within 10 minutes, Wang Long rushed over with a group of people, huffing and puffing. My goodness, are you helping people to tear down their house? Wang Long was shocked by the messy scene in the living room when he entered. He saw Brother Blackface, and his men curled up in the corner, with only their underwear left. Yo, Brother Blackface, why are you here too? What a coincidence. Brother Blackface looked like he was about to cry. Captain Wang, it's a bit of a coincidence. Brother Wang, this group of people gathered here to take pictures of me. When I came to reason with them, they even threatened me. They almost beat me to death. You have to redress my grievances. Chen Guang pulled Wang Long to redress his grievances. A group of people stared at him with wide eyes. Even Wang Long could not stand his shamelessness. F***CK. It was clearly these people on the ground who were beaten to the point of being unable to take care of themselves. You are so thick-skinned. Your ability to lie with your eyes open is something I can never learn even in 8 lifetimes. Mad Dog Huang and Brother Blackface wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother, where did you learn this ability to make false accusations? Does your master still accept disciples? I feel like I can use it for the rest of my life if I learn some bits and pieces. Yes, detention, all of you. Brother Blackface has received a lot of complaints recently. It's time to deal with him. Kid, just blame it on your bad luck. Didn't Scarface and Glasses Wu fall into the hands of Chen Guang? You guys are not the first batch. I really hope you guys are the last. After a while, this group of people was taken away by Wang Long. Wang Long said that he would detain them. Secretly taking pictures of private matters was against the law. Wang Long patted his chest and promised. Anyway, it was within the terms of the contract. He would definitely not give them a light sentence. What? Xiao Huang has been arrested? Administrative detention for a month? Does it have to be so serious? Xiao Huang is quite reliable. It hasn't even been 2 hours. What the hell happened? In the headquarters of 8 Weekly, Zhuo Wei, who was waiting for Mad Dog Huang's good news, did not get it. Instead, he got bad news. Chapter 616. Boss, I don't know either. I heard from Brother Huang and the lawyer that he was filming in his room when Chen Guang came knocking on his door out of nowhere. He was almost beaten to death. Damn it. What the hell? Zhuo Wei slammed the phone. He was furious. He had finally heard from the higher-ups in Beijing that they had no intention of getting involved in this matter. He had sent out his top men immediately, but they had failed miserably. Boss, are we still going to continue? His confidant came up to him and asked cautiously. Zhuo Wei glared at him. Nonsense. We have already suffered such a huge loss. Xiao Huang is also involved. How can we stop? Won't I suffer a double loss? How am I going to survive in the entertainment industry in the future? What will others think of me? Will I still be working for the weekly magazine? F***CK. Continue to write for me. Continue to gather information for me. I will look for Boss Lu to bail him out. I don't believe that Chen Guang can be more powerful than me. He has only been in the 5 capitals for a few years. On the other hand, Chen Guang was also puzzled about something. A few days ago, when he organized the King's Challenge, Jin Shiyue had told him that the elders wanted him to do something big. That was how Tang Xiaokai came to invest in Tianguang brokerage. Now that the company was on the rise, Zhuo Wei's reputation had been tarnished beyond recognition. Although the incident happened at 9 p.m., and the elders were probably asleep by now, it had already been more than 2 hours. With the importance the elders placed on this matter, they should have heard about it by now, right? It couldn't be that all the elders had gone to bed, right? Especially old Master Jin. Why hadn't he done anything yet? Since Jin Shiyue had asked him on the phone, old Master Jin should know everything. He looked at the clock on the wall. It was already past 11 p.m. He told Jin Shiyue to go to bed by herself and return to his room. He didn't want to disturb Jin Shiyue's sleep and called her. Jin Shiyue, what do your grandfathers think about this matter? Do they already know? Chen Guang asked with some pain in his heart. He was quite unhappy. After all, he was the director of the Guangding General Administration, and now he had to jump out from the shadows to run such a big company and stand in the eye of the storm. Now that he was being slandered so badly, you should at least say something so that I can decide what to do next, right? Either you give me more support from the public and give me more power, so that I can enjoy the feeling of being a pair of invisible hands behind the scenes controlling everything in the online world. Or you can arrange for someone important enough to greet the reckless Zhuo Wei and tell him to kneel or scram when he needs to kneel or scram when he needs to. You guys are so comfortable, leaving everything to me and not caring about your own matters. You guys shouldn't be like this, old men. Jin Shiyue didn't seem to be asleep yet. I'm in Grandpa's study. I just pleaded with him. Sai, forget it. You can talk to him yourself. Hey, don't. Before Chen Guang could finish his words, old Master Jin's voice came from the other side. What do you mean don't? Do you not want to talk to me? Chen Guang rolled his eyes. Isn't this nonsense? I just want to slowly fade away from this matter with Jin Shiyue. Who wants to chat with you? I'm really afraid that you will like me more and more. Old man is really glad that you know your limits. But I'm embarrassed to tell you that I've actually lived more than 100 years longer than you. It's also very difficult for me to hear. You keep calling me brat. It's also because I'm young. If it were someone else, they would have scolded you for being impolite. How can I? I'm just afraid of disturbing your sleep. Therefore, it's natural to say things that don't mean what you mean. Although in his heart, Chen Guang was almost ridiculing old Master Jin as a little brat. He immediately spouted nonsense. No. I'm not disturbing you at all. I'm very happy now. You've done a good job, young man. A few of us were praising you on the conference call just now. Huh. You can praise me too? How random is your selection criteria? I've almost been slandered as an African, okay? But this is the effect we want. You're amazing. It's fine when you don't do anything, but when you do, it's a big commotion. You've just opened your company, and you've already caused such a big commotion. It's quite good. You call this good? Of course. If it's a white cat or a black cat, it's a good cat if it's eye-catching. In a few days, the military exercise will start. You've attracted everyone's attention now. The effect is very good. But what about my reputation? It's not a problem. It'll be fine after a while. Besides, we don't expect you to make money. You can do whatever you want. I'm just afraid of affecting Shiyue. It's not a problem. Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. We know what kind of person you are. Let the people outside make a fuss. If it really doesn't work, you can wait for the people on the internet to forget about it, or wait for us to deal with it. We'll help you deal with those clowns, and then it won't be difficult to clear your name. There's no hurry now. Alright, that's all. I'm a little sleepy. You should rest early too. Chen Guang hung up the phone bitterly. He understood in his heart that this group of old men was indeed unreliable. They clearly had no intention of interfering. To be honest, I've been so calm before. Isn't it because I'm counting on you guys to back me up? Now you're quitting faster than me. This is too much, okay? Do you really expect me to pay Tang Xiaokai's money until I don't even have my underwear left? The next morning, while Chen Guang was still lazing around in bed, Zhuo Wei came up with a new piece of news. This time, it set off a storm on the internet. It was even more powerful than the countless articles last night, because this time, Zhuo Wei had found something. The most powerful scumbag in history, Chen Guang. On the surface, he's a lover with Jin Shirihua, but he's secretly keeping a mistress. He's entangled with the prettiest girl in the class, and he overthrew a corrupt official for the sake of his mistress. Are you still in love with the omnipotent superhuman Chen Guang? The introduction of this piece of scandalous information was already explosive enough. The content was even more reasonable and convincing. This time, Zhuo Wei used all his connections and conducted a thorough investigation. He perfectly mixed his conjectures and facts together and wrote a long article that was written in the style of a super close friend. Many people in Gokyo University's Jianhuan College and the whole school knew about what Chen Guang had done in school. Back then, he sent Pan Jiang to the hospital because of Sun Xiaoxuan, which further caused Pan Jiang to drop out of school. Later, he overthrew Wang Run and Su Lijing because of Zhuo Jingxi. These things were originally spread around the school, but with Zhuo Wei's personal embellishment, it became that he first flirted with Sun Xiaoxuan, then won over the beautiful counselor Zhuo Jingxi, and then he had the national idol Jin Shirihua. Among them, Chen Guang pretended to be Zhuo Jingxi's boyfriend and directly used his status as her sugar daddy to slap Zhuo Long's face when they were buying a car. The story was written so vividly that it was as if he was there himself. There was even an interview video of the 4S store staff as evidence. Although in a sense, what Zhuo Wei wrote was very close to the truth. Once this kind of thing was said and exposed to the eyes of the public, the impact would be different. Actually, Chen Guang felt that he was being wronged. Although he was a little flirtatious sometimes, that was a man's nature. Everyone loved beauty, but he and Sun Xiaoxuan were innocent, and so were Jin Shirihua. But the public didn't think so. His and Jin Shirihua's so-called innocence was a secret that couldn't be said, and the blame was firmly placed on them. Looking at the comments below the news, there were a bunch of people saying, "The #1 scumbag in the world, Chen Guang, stay in formation." He was almost like a Spartan. "I'm not going to take this blame, okay? Surname Zhuo. Can you let me have a good night's sleep? Also, I'm really in trouble. Why are you my teacher Zhuo's uncle?" Zhuo Wei and Zhuo Jingxi's fathers are actually cousins. Thinking of Zhuo Jingxi's money-grubbing parents, Chen Guang really came to a realization. As expected, people who weren't from the same family didn't belong to the same family. Teacher Zhuo was born in such a strange family, yet he still had such a pure and untainted temperament. It was really the result of 8 lifetimes of good karma. But Chen Guang's head hurt even more. Before he finished reading this scandal, he really wanted to kill. After all, he was a person with a license to kill. But now, no matter how big a mistake Zhuo Wei had made, no matter how bad the relationship between Zhuo Jingxi and her parents and these unlucky relatives was, he definitely couldn't kill them. He rubbed his forehead. He was annoyed. But he was like this. The more you made me feel bad, the more you made me unhappy, the more you could forget about taking a penny out of my pocket. His stingy will would never be shaken by any external forces. Zhuo Wei's article had grasped the best timing and the best point of hatred. It just so happened that the incident where Chen Guang had angrily beaten up Pan Jiang because of Sun Xiaoxuan was true. The incident where he had contradicted Wang Run in front of everyone at the school and eventually sent Wang Run and Su Lijing to court was also true. The incident where he had caused a ruckus at the 4S store and bought a car and gave it away on the spot was also true. Other than giving the car away, Chen Guang's own house was right across from Zhuo Jingxi's rented house. A car worth hundreds of thousands was given away just like that. Now that they were living across from each other, no one would believe it if they said that Chen Guang and Zhuo Jingxi had nothing to do with each other. Perhaps when Zhuo Wei wrote this article, there were also victims, like Zhou Long or Zhuo Jingxi's parents. They were relatives to begin with. As long as money was in front of them, what couldn't they say? The groundless accusations and the specious assumptions made Zhuo Wei's meticulously crafted long essay seem to be very real. The most deceptive lie in the world was a half-truth and half-falsehood. After reading this long article, even Chen Guang himself believed 80 to 90% of it. Forget about teacher Zhuo. That was a relationship that could never be washed clean, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. And he had no intention of washing it clean either. Come to think of it, Could it be that I actually like Sun Xiaoxuan? Chen Guang smacked his lips. As the saying goes, one must fly into a rage for a beauty. If I didn't like her, I wouldn't have been so angry when I beat up Pan Jiang, right? Is it just that I've been avoiding it? Or perhaps I don't want to admit it? Sun Xiaoxuan's innocence and cuteness were so clear. Her sweet and delicate appearance was so lovely. How could Chen Guang not understand her feelings at all? But sometimes, understanding didn't mean that one could accept it with a clear conscience. She was such an innocent and cute girl. Who could bear to reject her? But Chen Guang knew what kind of person he was. Even if he couldn't bear to reject her, he couldn't bear to hurt Sun Xiaoxuan even more. Unknowingly, the matter with Sun Xiaoxuan had been delayed until now. Now that it was summer vacation, Sun Xiaoxuan was abroad, and Chen Guang was rambling all day long. He seemed to have almost forgotten about it. But when he wrote such a long article for Zhuwei today, it was hard to say how others would view it. On the contrary, it awakened the hidden feelings in Chen Guang's heart. Chapter 617. After the long article was written, it once again caused an uproar on the internet, especially when it completely separated Jin Shiyue's fans from Chen Guang's own fans. Who would want to see their idol being deceived by a scumbag? Under his own Weibo, Chen Guang once again witnessed the breadth and depth of Chinese. Other than those who kept in line, there were all kinds of nasty words. Even though he had been through a lot, he was still fuming with anger. He wanted to raise his hand and summon a nuclear bomb from the sky to destroy those who were scolding him the loudest. However, Chen Guang could not stay in front of the computer and read the comments. Instead, he prepared to drive to the city. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tianguang Brokerage officially recruited all kinds of staff at their company's office. As the chairman and self-proclaimed CEO, Chen Guang had to personally attend the interview. Especially according to Xianqin, the person planted by the higher-ups had already made his way out of the company in the morning and mixed into the long queue of interviewees. Little Xianqin, let's go? Chen Guang asked before leaving. Xianqin had been sitting in front of the computer and did not even lift her head. You go. I have nothing to do today, so I won't be going. Huh. Then what are you going to do? Chen Guang asked curiously. Xianqin clenched her teeth and squeezed the mouse. I don't care what this person says about you. Violent, fickle, I don't care. He's not wrong, but he can't say that you won the world championship because of shady dealings. If people really believe that, how am I going to run the National League? I'm counting on you to boost my popularity. Isn't he undermining me? You don't care, right? Then I'll help you. Don't stop me. Then you can't go out. I know, I'm in this room. I'm looking for someone. I can't let him slander you so easily. Right. I don't know the person sent by the higher-ups. How am I going to tell? Xianqin waved her hand indifferently. I heard from the higher-ups that you definitely know them. Definitely. Chen Guang was puzzled. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You'll understand once you get there. After arriving at the place, Chen Guang walked through the densely packed crowd. Along the way, be it the various department heads of Tianguang Brokerage, who were in charge of maintaining order, or the interviewees who were queuing up, they all looked up and greeted him respectfully as Chief Chen and Mr. Chen. No matter how noisy the internet was, there were still quite a number of people coming for interviews. After all, they all knew that this startup company had a huge investment of 130 million yuan. Now was the time when people had more money than they could spend. The earlier they got into this company, the earlier they could stand their ground, and in the future, they might even become a founding father. What if the other party got angry because of the black material? The icing on the cake is as light as a feather, but providing timely help is heavier than Mount Tai, okay? Of course, although there were many interviewees, talented people were still a scarce resource. Most of the truly capable middle and upper management personnel were currently in a wait-and-see attitude towards Tianguang Brokerage. Fortunately, Tang Xiaokai had already anticipated this situation. Although only Yu Hong could be regarded as a core general in Tang Jie Foundation, the rest of the company's senior management personnel were also well-behaved and completely sufficient. According to Chen Guang's business theory of learning and selling on the spot, top talents were full of creativity, such as the old man himself. High-end talents had subjective initiative, such as Yu Hong or Xian Qin. Ordinary talents could perform their own duties and complete their own business, such as the other department managers of Tianguang Brokerage. Ordinary employees could play the role of gears in the company, under the premise of supervision and management. Those who wanted to sabotage had to be coaxed into thinking that they were talented and not doing anything bad, such as Tang Ying. As for Chen Guang's previous worries about how he would recognize the people sent by the higher-ups, this was not a problem at all. The elders were really generous. They actually sent over the believers that he had trained in Shun's special training camp. Roughly counting, only a few people were missing. There were a total of 35 dart believers. Excluding the hidden military temperament of these people, Chen Guang more or less had some impression of their appearance. If he really couldn't be sure, he just picked up the cup and looked at the faith value threads that appeared on these people's heads. The faith value threads of the believer level were greenish-gray with a hint of halo, which was completely different from the ordinary white faith value threads. Halfway through the recruitment, there was a small interlude. Tang Ying seemed to have just finished an operation and decided to come over to ask about it. Then, she was shocked by the mighty security department under the administrative department that Chen Guang had created. It turned out that after such a short period of time, all the departments were recruiting people at the same time. Chen Guang went around everywhere. First, he asked Yu Hong, who had his head bandaged and was injured, to create a security department on the spot. Then he went around to pick people up. When he met students from Shun, he didn't say anything. No matter what kind of person they were facing, he would first send them to the security department. Although Yu Hong was quite drunk, he also knew how to cooperate with others. Based on the principle of, as long as you're happy, he absolutely did not object to Chen Guang's decision. He understood Tang Xiaokai's secret message very well, and fully cooperated with Chen Guang to fool around. This is crazy, recruiting so many security guards. Yu Hong didn't say anything, but Tang Ying didn't care so much. She pulled Chen Guang to the side and asked, "Why does the company need so many security guards?" Chen Guang rolled his eyes. "All right then, the security department will be like this for the time being. As for these special forces elites, it might be better if they came from the police force. But to let those who came from the army sit in other positions so quickly was really a little difficult for them. But it didn't matter. Fortunately, there were special talents like Li Big Mouth who came from the kitchen." A few minutes later, Tang Ying was speechless again. The other departments hadn't even recruited any good chefs yet. And now you're giving me a canteen department under the operations department? In just a few minutes, you've managed to recruit 6 chefs. Fine, these people do look like chefs, but that's not what we should be focusing on right now. How much do you want to eat? No, this chef. Chen Guang immediately flew into a rage. My dear sister Tang Ying, as the saying goes, to make a horse run fast, you must first let the horse eat its fill. Humans are made of iron, and rice is made of steel. If you don't eat, you'll starve. As the saying goes, before the troops move, rations and fodder go first. My strategy of making the kitchen first is definitely the best. Look at this Li Big Mouth. Look at his stomach, look at the grease on his face. One look, and you can tell he's an experienced cook. What a rare talent. Tang Ying was caught off guard by Chen Guang's basket of honeyed theories. She secretly cursed herself for leaving the country too early and not being familiar with the local proverbs. She couldn't refute him. Fine, you're right. Of course. When did I miss it? Very good. 6 more people had been inserted. There were only about 10 people left. Chen Guang secretly shrugged his shoulders. Sister Tang Ying is really weak. You want to stop me from squandering in this state? Please go back and practice the 3 skills of a miser before coming out to fight with me. You're so weak now. Chu Hanji was quite proud of himself. Early in the morning, when the other brothers gathered to discuss the details of the interview, he quietly put his registration order at the back of the queue. At that time, everyone was in high spirits. One said he wanted to enter the marketing department, Another said he wanted to be in charge of administration. And there was even someone who said he was a talent and could be promoted to manager anytime. Chu Hanji only wanted to say, "Brothers, you should take a piss and look at yourself. I asked you to type with one finger, and you still want to be in charge of administration? We are all people who talk with our fists. Chief Instructor Chen's company is also doing business. Although we are definitely going to enter the company, we should at least find some positions that we can do." But no matter what, Chu Hanji's cold water couldn't extinguish the enthusiasm of the brothers. Everyone even secretly compared to see who would enter the best department and be the most useful. As Secretary Chu's nephew, although Chu Hanji was also a soldier, he was much more familiar with such things. He knew that with the capabilities of this group of brothers, regardless of whether they applied for the administrative department or the marketing department, they would ultimately not be able to escape the fate of protecting the security department. There were only a few brothers from the police system, and now they had barely managed to sneak into the marketing department and the administrative department. There was also a talented police colleague who actually taught himself accounting and had a F*King certificate. Currently, he was looking down on everyone in the finance department. His poor and arrogant look was infuriating. Chu Hanji and a group of brothers who were still waiting for the interview secretly rolled their eyes. "Believe it or not, we will fight for the position of deputy manager for you to see." Chu Hanji really felt that he had a chance. First of all, the security department was obviously full, and he would not be a security guard. Secondly, he didn't have the ability to be a chef, and he couldn't go to the cafeteria like Li Dazue. Thirdly, he deliberately fell behind. Wasn't that waiting for those honest men in front of him to fill up these unreliable positions? Moreover, Uncle said that he mentioned me in front of Chief Instructor Chen. Later, when I say my name, Chief Instructor will definitely remember me. I am Secretary Chu's nephew. Although it is shameful to be a backdoor entrant, Chief Instructor should at least give me the position of deputy manager for the sake of my uncle. Therefore, with such a thought, Chu Hanji sat in front of the interviewer. He applied for the marketing department. He felt that in terms of being a marketing specialist, he really had some unique advantages that other brothers couldn't compare with. "Chu Hanji? This name is quite good. Young man, you are quite refreshing. Where did you work before?" The person in charge of interviewing him was the marketing manager of Tianguang Agency, a middle-aged man who looked quite amiable. On the other side, Chen Guang had already smelled the scent and came to this side of the table. He stood beside the interviewer's table and picked up his interview materials under Chu Hanji's expectant gaze. "Hello Chief Chen, hello manager. I used to do some international relations overseas. I know English." That's right. This was Chu Hanji's trump card. On the other side, Chen Guang looked down at his name, and his eyes really lit up. Chu Hanji was secretly delighted. "I heard that Chief Instructor's English is quite good, and he must be like me. This time, I will definitely be the deputy manager." Suddenly, Chen Guang slapped his forehead. "Oh yes, the operations department still needs a cleaning department. The entire floor is ours. This cleaning task is very heavy." The marketing manager and the operations manager sitting at a table not far away were stunned at first, and then they agreed in unison. "Chief Chen is right. We don't need to outsource the cleaning work. We need to set up a special cleaning department." Chen Guang nodded. The two brothers were really cooperative. "Then it's settled. Chu Hanji, you can come to the cleaning department. I have high hopes for you." "Damn, Chief Instructor, this is different from the script that I thought of." Chapter 618. Chu Hanji's face turned green. "I know English. Don't do this to me. I don't want to sweep the floor." His mind started to picture himself wearing a cleaner's uniform, holding a broom and swaying in the corridor. He shivered. "It's so scary. Chief Instructor, to be honest, I am serious. I, Chu Hanji, am not only a noble prince in Shun's special training camp, but I am also a little famous internationally. Don't change the gun in my hand to a broom. Don't change my special combat uniform to a cleaner's uniform. How am I going to face people in the future? Blinking his eyes, Chu Hanji looked at Chen Guang. Chief Instructor, can you see how panicked I'm looking at you? Chen Guang and Chu Hanji looked at each other for 3 seconds. Wow, not bad, young man. Why are you so happy? I like your big bright eyes. One look and I know you are a good young man who understands me. No wonder you are my believer. Then Chen Guang gave Chu Hanji a thumbs up and patted his shoulder. Young man, don't let me down. Do your best. Do your best. Wait. Chief Instructor. My eyes are so bright since I was born. This is not because I am happy. Don't give me a thumbs up to thank me. I am so nervous. Also, I don't know how to do a cleaner's job. Do your best and thank you. Chief Chen. I don't. I know. You won't let me down. Go to the side. There are many people waiting behind. If you do a good job, I will promote you to be the chief of the cleaning department. Chu Hanji didn't even have a chance to object. He ran to the side and squatted down. He was probably starting to doubt his life. Uffed. Those brothers who had already entered the security department and other departments laughed secretly when they saw Chu Hanji's confused look. You deserve to be smart. Being a security guard in the security department is better than being the chief of the cleaning department, right? At least the security guards' uniforms looked decent, and they could barely maintain the military temperament. For some reason, when they thought of Chu Hanji wearing that super clean uniform, the security guards were inexplicably satisfied. The 10 or so shunned students who were still in the back weren't much better off than Chu Hanji. They were all shivering with ashen faces. Everyone had a faint premonition that the remaining people would most likely follow in Chu Hanji's footsteps. Sure enough, as they watched their brothers being pushed over one after another, many of the cleaners who had strong bodies squatted in a corner and silently wiped their tears. We are probably the strongest cleaning team in the world, right? If the company encounters a troublemaker, we can probably get the title of sweeping monk if we make a move before the security guards do. Thinking about it this way, life seemed to be filled with hope again. After Chen Guang shoved the remaining 10 or so people into the cleaning department, Tang Ying jumped out again. She pulled Chen Guang aside and muttered, Okay, a dozen people is enough. You see, these are all strong young people. Aren't the cleaning done by aunties? Why do you let all the young people do the cleaning? The cleaning salary is the lowest. How can they work in peace? Aren't you torturing them? Finally, Chen Guang, who had pulled everyone into the company, felt relieved. He waved his hand and said, Young lads, do you have the confidence to do a good job in the company's cleaning? Chu Hanji and the other fresh and hot cleaners said weakly, Yes. Each person will be paid 2,000 a month. Do you have any objections? The chief instructor didn't seem very satisfied, and the cleaners' voices were slightly louder. No. Chen Guang finally blinked and asked, Do you have the confidence to follow me and do something big? The hidden meaning in his words reminded everyone, including Chu Hanji, that Tianguang brokerage was just a cover. Think about your real job, your real position, and think about what we do. You are now writing cleaning. Read it as the first batch of special agents of the Guangdong General Administration. Our real enemy is not the garbage on the ground, but the Special Affairs Bureau, and all the internal force martial artists who use their personal strength to override the country's power and the people's heads. Young lads, don't feel inferior just because you are a cleaner now. Don't forget your original intention, and you will succeed. Everyone's eyes gradually focused, and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. They shouted in unison, Yes. The janitor's passionate roar could even be heard clearly in the interview hall far away. Chen Guang turned back and winked at Tang Ying, then patted her on the shoulder. Sister Tang Ying, you really don't understand. How can you look down on cleaners? A clean and tidy working environment can make the company full of creativity. How important a position is this? Also, don't underestimate my personal charm. Tang Ying looked at the back of Chen Guang, who was like a domineering CEO, and then looked at the super strong and capable cleaners who were looking at him with admiration. She was momentarily confused. Why do I feel like these people have the illusion of saving the world by being a janitor? Is there a deviation in my outlook on life? Or is there poison on Chen Guang's face? And he really has such a great personal charm? Tang Ying kept patting her head, doubting her life. During the interview in the afternoon, the entire Tianguang agency recruited a total of about 60 to 70 people. Other than the security department, cleaning department, and kitchen. Oh no, the canteen department, which were personally supervised by Chen Guang. The other departments were also very strict in selecting talents. They would rather have a shortage of people than to let go of people randomly, so the interview process was very strict. Chen Guang was known for messing around, but the middle and senior executives sent by Tang Xiaokai did not dare to do so. However, the early stage of the company's personnel structure was basically completed in this afternoon. So a new problem arose. What about the business? And, no, yes, other than that, an even more serious problem was placed in front of everyone in the company. After a whole day of brewing, it seemed that Jin Shiyue's hardcore fans' anger towards the scumbag had reached its peak. Other than venting their anger on the internet, they also decided to take more direct action under the instigation of people with ulterior motives. Zhuo Wei quietly exposed the location of Tianguang agency, then simply let the people from 8 Weekly join in, and began to secretly stop the actual actions of Blackie and Jin Shiyue's diehard fans. By the time the recruitment was over, more than 100 people had gathered in front of Lida Building to demonstrate. At first, Lida Building's property management was still able to control the situation, but as time went by, Chen Guang still did not show up, and the crowd saw the recruitment sign at the entrance of the property management and knew that Tianguang agency was holding a recruitment meeting. Under the secret instigation of the people from 8 Weekly, the crowd gradually went out of control. Charge! Smash that bastard Chen Guang's company. In the crowd, an 8 Weekly employee shouted at the top of his lungs, and then he quietly shrank back into the crowd. Although he only roared once, he had already achieved his goal. Smash this stupid company of his. This liar. Scumbag, give me back my goddess. Boycott this liar who relies on special effects to make a name for himself. Boycott Chen Guang. Chen Guang, come down. You have to give us, the loyal fans who have loved Jin Shiyue for more than a decade, an explanation. Ah, Goddess Shiyue debuted more than a decade ago? Why do I remember that it's her 10th anniversary this year? Bah, don't care about these details. In any case, Chen Guang is a scumbag. That's true. Hey, you guys are so well prepared. You even have a banner? Of course, our goddess's support group never fights a battle unprepared. Brother, is your support group still looking for people? Do you think I have a future? Can you train me? Sure, you pay the membership fee of 5,000 first. So expensive. What do you know? This money doesn't belong to us. It's for the activities we often organize. For example, Goddess Shiyue and Goddess Grace are holding a concert in Danghai. Our support group is going to go there from Wujing. Do you need to buy plane tickets? Do you need to stay? You think it's expensive? We're not earning your money. Are you a fan of Goddess Shiyue or not? That's true. I'll transfer the money to you now. From now on, we're on the same side, good brother. This guy from Gossip Weekly didn't forget to make money. He was quite professional. The excited crowd immediately gathered. No one knew who was the first to step forward, but they raised their legs and rushed through the glass door of the Lida building. All the security guards of the building were already waiting at the door, but faced with the attack of these completely aroused fans, they were still a little overwhelmed. The security captain shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Boss, what do we do now? These people are all crazy. There are so many of them, we can't hold them off." "Hold them off even if you can't. If we just let them in. How can I explain it to young Master Tang? How are we going to rent Lida building?" The boss on the other side of the walkie-talkie was also a little overwhelmed. He regretted not telling Chen Guang the moment he realized something was wrong. He thought that after a long time, the crowd would realize that there was no effect and leave out of boredom. He didn't expect it to escalate. What did the boss say? The vice captain of the security team asked. The captain put the walkie-talkie into his trouser pocket. Nothing much. Follow me, hold them off. Stop fooling around. You're breaking the law. I've already called the police. Sister Tang Ying, The people we hired today are all pretty good. Walking with Tang Ying to the elevator, Chen Guang said cheerfully. He had successfully stuffed all his own people into the company. Today he felt exceptionally satisfied. As for the resentful gazes of Chu Hanji and the other young men, when they received the cleaning uniforms, Chen Guang thought that they were moved to tears. Did Chen Guang really not know what they were thinking? Of course not, he could see through them. But he didn't want his first batch of employees to complain to the leaders of the major departments because of their low business ability after staying in the company for 2 days. At that time, he wouldn't be able to fire them, but he also wouldn't be able to not fire them. The safest way was to arrange some easy jobs for them that didn't require much pay. Security, cleaning, canteen. These 3 treasures guaranteed that nothing would go wrong. Other than your 2 treasures and 1 candy, everything else is fine. Tang Ying rolled her eyes. You've given them nicknames so quickly. Instantly integrating into the team. Our company's cohesiveness is great. Tang Ying was almost defeated by Chen Guang. Chapter 619. Both of them entered the elevator and went downstairs. Just as they were about to leave, the CEO of Lida Entertainment, who had finally caught up to them, stopped them at the elevator entrance and dragged them into the stairwell. Don't go out now. I was wondering why I couldn't get through to the both of you on the phone. You're in the elevator now. I'll get someone to fix the elevator's signal later. Chen Guang and Tang Ying were confused. Why was he not letting them out of the door? Bro, are you going to throw us a welcome party? Can we make a reservation? I'm totally unprepared for your sudden attack. After listening to the CEO of Lida Entertainment's explanation, they realized that the commotion downstairs had been going on for almost half an hour. The other party couldn't take it anymore, and hurriedly came to block the door to ask them for a solution. If they were to rush up to the door, they would probably have to tear down the office and start all over again. Damn it! Did they take the wrong medicine? Chen Guang gritted his teeth. I'll just pretend I didn't see how they scolded me on the internet. But now they're trying to tear down my company? Isn't that too much? Tang Ying was about to call the police when Chen Guang took out his phone. Didn't we just hire the security department? Sis Tang Ying, I'll let you see if these people are useful or not. You knew you were a troublemaker, so you hired so many security guards this afternoon? Tang Ying was speechless. Also, you said that Zhuo Wei and his 8 weekly magazines would be fine with you slandering you. But it turns out that you're so confident that you can hire a few dozen security guards to beat up Jin Guanxi? You really have foresight. Chen Guang was stunned. You're right, aren't you? You're right, my ass. Don't make things worse. Call the police first. I'll call them back. Don't worry, they know what to do and what not to do. They're professionals. They can't possibly let them in to destroy our company, right? Or do you want me to beat them up myself? Don't. You should call the security guards. Tang Ying was afraid of Chen Guang. However, it would probably take a while for the security team to return. During this period of time, the security guards of the Lida building were struggling more and more. It would also take a while for the police to arrive. It was extremely taxing. Tang Ying could only watch anxiously from the corner. But this time, she held onto Chen Guang tightly, refusing to let him leave. Regardless of whether Chen Guang was really strong enough to take down the people outside, she couldn't let Chen Guang hit people. Otherwise, things would only get worse. Zhuo Wei's defamation of Chen Guang, such as violence, barbarism, and bullying, would all have to be proven true. Sister Tang Ying, don't stop me. There must be some bastards from 8 Weekly out there. I'll drag them out and we'll call it a day. Cut the crap. Do you really think you have the fiery eyes of truth? Even if you knew Zhuo Wei's men were outside, would you be able to recognize them? If you want to leave, you'll have to step over my dead body. Does Emma have to be like this? Are we acting in a movie? Over a dead body? That's exactly what I want. Are you listening or not? You win, I'm listening. At this time, the crowd outside started to make a ruckus again. It turned out that there were new changes on the internet. About 10 minutes ago, the accounts that first posted defamation of Chen Guang on Weibo were gradually banned. Their previous posts were also deleted. Even the screenshots and reposts were not spared. Other than that, a large number of fake reviewers were identified under Chen Guang's Weibo. Some of the haters who weren't fake reviewers, but were extremely fierce with their words were also deleted and banned. This was obviously Xianqin's doing. No one knew who she had found, but the Weibo company, which had been waiting to see what would happen, finally took action. They invested a large amount of manpower and resources in a short period of time, and started to control the defamation of Chen Guang on Weibo. Some people even tried to add a topic and cross the line, but their posts were deleted and banned within minutes. Other than that, all the major portals and information apps also followed suit. In just a short period of time, the defamation that had flooded the front page disappeared in an instant. Xianqin did what Chen Guang had always wanted to do but didn't. She became the invisible hand behind the internet, deleting and banning all the posts of those who didn't get along with him. It was a pity that her energy was limited. She wasn't good at writing, so she didn't have the time to write articles to clear his name. But before she took action, she had already talked to the Escort Association. The Escort Association's clarifying articles came out one after another. One of the typical articles was written by Liang Fatsai, the president of the Dachuan branch. Witness Chen Guang's competition process, step by step, break the monopoly, and become the best dart player in the country. Please don't maliciously smear the athlete who won glory for the country. It was signed by Liang Fatsai, the president of the Dachuan Province Darts Association. In this article, Liang Fatsai used his own perspective to describe how he discovered the peerless genius Chen Guang in Boss Jin's Dia Darts Club, how he invited him 3 times, how he witnessed him surpass all others in the Amateur Darts League, and how he finally stepped onto the stage of the World Championship. He used his indisputable strength to win the first gold medal in the World Championship of Darts for the Wuxia people under the provocation and doubt of foreign players, achieving a breakthrough and breaking the monopoly of European and American players in this event. You can't erase the contributions of athletes just because they keep a low profile and don't make a big deal out of it. There's no such thing as success without a reason in this world. It's true that Chen Guang has amazing talent, and he is a genius in darts that ordinary people can't reach. But without hard work, no matter how talented he is, he can't always win with 9 darts. He won glory for our country in the darts event, and let us Chinese darts players, who have always been inferior to foreign players, regain our dignity for the first time. I won't allow you to smear our champion like this. Are the people of the country really that inferior, that they can even doubt the most authoritative, formal, and influential world championship of darts? Just because the champion is a Chinese? What kind of internationalism is this? If other foreign players doubt our players and our champion, we might be able to understand it. We even let them re-examine all our equipment, and in order to prove his innocence, Chen Guang even bid again from a very far distance. We can understand all of this, but you dare to smear and slander him so unscrupulously. I, Liang Fatsai, will be the first to disagree. The biggest joke in the world is that you dare to say that we can influence the World Championship. You dare to say that the World Championship is rigged? Don't you know that the referees of the World Championship of Darts have always been controlled by the British? If there's really a rigging, it's only possible that we will lose the championship. Liang Fatsai's article came from the bottom of his heart, and every word he wrote was a gem. After that, the other players, those who were good at writing, or those who had assistants around them who could write, also wrote in support. Those who didn't know how to write directly forwarded Liang Fatsai's article. It was hard to say if it was in other industries, but at least Chen Guang's results in darts could be won back with the support of everyone in the industry. But there weren't many people who paid attention to the darts industry outside Lida building. They only knew that the despicable, shameless, vulgar, and hypocritical guy, Chen Guang, had finally started his PR. He wanted to use his money and his authority to take away people's right to speak on the internet. They were even more furious without needing to be incited. Is it really true that the rich have the final say in this world? Could it be that we, the peasants and losers, can't have a little bit of the right to speak our minds? Shouldn't a scumbag like Chen Guang be boycotted? He actually wants to use such a despicable and vicious control of the internet to block our right to speak. He wants to use his power to hide his filth and ugliness. How shameless, how hateful. These self-proclaimed righteous people, under the incitement of Zhuo Wei and his 8 weekly, thought that what they saw was the truth. They thought that what they saw was the truth. They were agitated, or rather their hatred of the rich exploded. They had no idea that they were just puppets being used and manipulated by Zhuo Wei. In short, the crowd was in a complete uproar. The angry crowd began to attack the defense line built by Lita's security guards again and again. Justice drove them to lose their rationality, and the mentality that the law does not punish the masses made them even more unscrupulous. Lita's security team retreated step by step. Seeing that the defense line was about to be broken, Chen Guang, who was hiding at the elevator entrance, felt a headache coming on. At this moment, a loud shout came from behind the crowd. "You bunch of lunatics! All of you stop!" The crowd turned around, but they were dazzled by the large group of shiny bald heads in front of them under the sun. Damn, it was so dazzling. What was going on? Why were there so many bald heads? Chen Guang quietly poked his head out and saw the large group of bald heads behind the glass in Lita's lobby. When he heard the somewhat familiar shout, he was stunned. What? Anti-Light Alliance? Brother, don't cause trouble. You're the one who's against me. Did you open the door the wrong way today? It looks like you're here to take care of me? What kind of scene would it be to have 200 shiny bald heads standing neatly by the roadside? It could raise the brightness of the entire street to a whole new level. It could also make the beautiful women passing by dumbfounded and knock their heads against the electric poles. It could also make people feel intimidated by the aura formed by the combination of these terrifying bald heads. Chen Guang's heart was filled with questions. He would never have thought that at this moment, when he was almost deserted by everyone, the person who stood up to support him was actually the bald president. He rubbed his head. Good brother, we're on the same side. After the loud shout, the bald-headed president, who was being stared at by many people, felt very conflicted. Who the hell wanted to help you? I also want to join this group of people, okay? But in our Anti-Light Alliance, there are too many loyal fans of you, you traitor, okay? As the president, I've been kidnapped by morality. I really want to cry. I feel so wronged. Chapter 620. Boss, it's been hard on you. We know you're upset, but we really want to support Brother Allrounder. You're our boss. Even if we have different ideologies, you'll always be our boss. We can't do without you, and we can't do without you. Boss, for your sacrifice, we'll make it up to you with barbecue tonight, okay? Everyone's looking at you. Say a few words. At this moment, the representative of Chen Guang's diehard fans in the Anti-Light Alliance, the vice president, came up to the president and whispered. The bald president took a deep breath and thought to himself, my faith, I've betrayed you again. You'll forgive me, right? Then he opened his mouth and shouted the slogan that he had prepared in his mind. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. Don't be blind. Don't be impulsive. Follow stars rationally. Resist rationally. Every one of us has the ability to think independently. Don't be misled by 8 weekly and Zhuo. This is a conspiracy. A long time ago, when Chen Guang first appeared in the Amateur Darts Championship, I was there to watch every single one of his matches. I saw with my own eyes how he was questioned, how he was asked to check his equipment, and how he climbed to the top step by step. I also watched his lousy Dota competition for 3 days, and now I'm already at 5,000 points. I swear on my honor that he's not lying. Although I'm also a staunch anti-fan of Chen Guang. Before he could finish his sentence, the vice president, who was a diehard fan of Chen Guang, raised his arms and shouted, Don't believe in rumors. The brothers behind him followed suit and shouted, Don't believe in rumors. The vice president shouted again, Don't spread rumors. Don't spread rumors. The vice president continued shouting, Judge rationally. Judge rationally. Finally, the vice president raised his hands high. Think independently. Think independently. The 200 bald heads were exceptionally dazzling under the sun. Everyone shouted in unison, and their imposing manner completely overwhelmed the 100 or so demonstrators who blocked the door. The bald-headed president basked in the warm sunlight. His heart felt exceptionally miserable. He hated the unlucky vice president to the core. Can't you just let me finish my last sentence? I have to clarify my identity. I don't want people to think that I'm a fan of Chen Guang. I'm a hater of Chen Guang. Just as he was thinking about this, a reporter who had rushed over fearlessly shoved a microphone in front of him. May I ask if you are the famous president of the Anti-Large Alliance? When I first heard the name of your fan group, I thought you were boycotting Chen Guang, but we found out that all of you have shaved your heads like Chen Guang. So you are Chen Guang's diehard fans? The bald president was about to speak when the vice president jumped out again. He put his arm around the bald president's shoulder and said to the reporter with a smile, "That's right. Our Anti-Light Alliance is the earliest fan club of Brother Almighty. We are the most loyal fan club. Our slogan for joining the club is, no membership fee. I don't accept girls." He had to be bald. Freedom of thought. The bald president turned around and glared at the vice president angrily. Are you AF * king clown sent by a monkey? Since when did Chen Guang's nonsense become our motto? Thank you for the interview, but we have to go and maintain order now. All right. Thank you for accepting the interview, President. The reporter took the microphone and ran away in satisfaction. The bald president. What the F * CK? Don't you F * king leave? Also, I didn't even say a word. What do you mean by thanking me for accepting the interview? You're too casual, aren't you? But on the other side, his vice president had already surrounded the crowd with a group of bald young men. The 100 or so people who were originally in high spirits were suddenly unable to muster up the courage to resist when faced with the 200 or so bald men. Are you kidding me? People with shaved heads are already very valiant. Are you trying to defy the heavens with 200 bald men? If you have something to say, talk it out. Don't use your bald heads to blind our eyes. Damn, these people look so valiant. I don't think we can blow them away. What should we do? Try. You try first. Why don't you go first? Damn, what if we get caught and beaten up? You have a lot of meat, so you're more resistant to grass. F * CKU. Didn't you train in Shaolin? You know iron skin. The two boys from 8 Weekly muttered in the crowd for a long time, but none of them dared to stand out. Although the members of the Anti-Light Alliance weren't all burly men, the ones who rushed at the front were not small. Coupled with their big bald heads, they gave off a ferocious feeling. They easily separated the crowd and stood in front of the lead to security that had already collapsed, forming a new human wall. Before coming here, they had clearly discussed their strategy. They couldn't just casually make a move and bring shame to their idol brother all-rounder. They would first use their imposing manner to suppress the other party, then help brother all-rounder block the entrance, preventing these troublemakers from entering and causing trouble. Hello everyone, this is the direct report from Dechuan News. I am your on-site reporter Chen Wei. As everyone can see, Chen Guang's hardcore fan group, the Anti-Light Alliance, is very courteous. They didn't have any conflict with the protesters and took the initiative to negotiate with the other party before assuming the responsibility of building security and maintaining order at the scene. Here, 5 Capital Entertainment Weekly reminds everyone that regardless of whether you are chasing after a star or boycotting, please maintain basic civic qualities. Don't break the law, don't cause trouble, respect the law, and be a good citizen with public morality. The Anti-Light Alliance obviously has the advantage in numbers, but they still maintain the greatest restraint and set a good example for everyone. At the back of the crowd, a rather young and beautiful female reporter was talking to the cameraman who was following them. The accusations and doubts about Chen Guang on the internet are still in the stage of speculation. Before the dust settles, please remain rational and don't be blindly incited by others. Or even if what they say is true, please don't do anything illegal. Just like the slogan of the Anti-Light Alliance says, we must have the ability to think independently. The female reporter Chen Wei made a gesture. The cameraman nodded and put away the camera. The live broadcast over there ended. Director, how was what I said just now? Chen Wei called the director to ask for credit. Not bad, but there is one sentence that I have an opinion on. What do you mean by even if what they say is true? This incident with Chen Guang is obviously caused by Zhuo Wei. It's all nonsense. Ah, is that so? Chen Wei shrunk her neck and was scolded by the director. But it's okay. It's not a big deal. And the effect is okay. Zhuo Wei dares to slander the person that our station wants to promote? Does he think our Dechuan satellite TV is doing nothing? Little ding. Have you sorted out the support from the darts players in the afternoon? Once you're done, send it out. Send it all out. Pick out all the most useful words. The director hung up the phone. His eyes were burning. Dechuan satellite TV got a big bargain in the throne challenge and owed Chen Guang a favor. This incident happened within 2 days, and Dechuan satellite TV finally couldn't sit still. Even if Chen Guang didn't ask them for help, they decided to take the initiative to support Chen Guang and maintain their friendship. The counterattack from Chen Guang's side had officially begun. Unlike Zhuo Wei, who had to spend money to hire people to support the water army, Chen Guang's counterattack was selling a favor, and it was someone else doing it on their own initiative. Chen Guang and Tang Ying were still waiting for the security team to come back. The cleaning team upstairs, who had been busy with the renovation and cleaning work on their first day of work, came down first. The leader of the team was Chu Hanji, the nephew of Secretary Chu of the central government. Among this group of people, Chu Hanji had a strong background. Chu Hanji had a cheerful personality and was good at making connections. His dart skills were relatively good. If he wanted to be the section chief, the others didn't have much of an opinion. Brother Chu, are we really not going to change our clothes? Are we going back in this cleaning uniform? Believe me, based on my understanding of the chief instructor, he and Mr. Tang must not have gone far. There's a high chance that they're hiding somewhere, watching us employees who get off work for the first time. When he sees our dirty clothes, he must be secretly giving us a thumbs up. Chu Hanji said solemnly. I don't believe it. How can the chief instructor be so bored? Hey, you still don't believe it? I bet 50 cents that the chief instructor is hiding in this stairwell. Do you see the crack in the door? Huh. Why are there so many people at the door? Cut the crap. Did you see the crack in the door? Yes. The chief instructor is inside. Chu Hanji joked with a smile, although it was quite sad to become a cleaning team. Once he accepted the opportunity to become a sweeping monk, it seemed pretty good. He was also bored out of his mind, so he comforted himself quite happily. You can't be telling the truth, right? Is the chief instructor really that bored? The others were really shocked by Chu Hanji. It's true. Also, did you forget what we said during training? Call him Mr. Chen in the future. Call him that in private. Okay, is Mr. Chen really that bored? What do you know? This isn't bored. This is called professionalism, understand? Didn't Huang Shuren use to crow every day to trick young Bailao to get up and work? How can he make money if he's not professional? The labor of cleaning workers is not labor. They still have to be exploited. Chu Hanji lowered his voice and said very carefully. His eyes occasionally glanced at the crack in the door. Chu Hanji's sudden movements really scared the 10 or so cleaners. Everyone started to be suspicious and nervously tidied up their clothes. They were afraid that Chief Chen, who was peeping at them, would think that they were not professional. Seeing that he really scared them, Chu Hanji chuckled. Don't panic. I'll go greet Mr. Chen and show off to him. We'll clean it up super clean. As Chu Hanji spoke, he really leaned towards the stairwell. Not to mention, there was a crack in the wooden door, and they could see outside from the inside. Ha ha ha. You bunch of idiots. How could Mr. Chen be so bored? I was just bluffing. And you really believed it? How can you be so naive? As he spoke, he pulled open the swing door of the stairwell. Without looking inside, he turned around and looked at the cleaning team members behind him. Dang 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 dang. Look, it's empty. Many of the cleaning team members widened their eyes and looked behind Chu Hanji, as if they had seen a ghost. Behind Chu Hanji, Chen Guang's face was dark as he glared at Chu Hanji's back. That's right. He and Tang Ying had been hiding in this position. Chapter 621. Chu Hanji did not know he was in trouble. He looked at the young man who was giving him a wink. What are you doing? What are you doing? Is there sand in your eyes? Brother Chu, CEO Chun is. The young man gathered his courage and decided to remind him. Chu Hanji did not believe him. Stop it. Are you trying to scare me? I'm just spouting nonsense. How can CEO Chun be so bored? Hey, why are you all like this? All of you want to scare me after being tricked by me? Let's go. Don't waste time here. Brother Chu, CEO Chun is really here. I don't believe it. Chu Hanji grinned, but he still turned around and saw Chen Guang's black face. Oh my god. CEO Chen, you are really here. I'm making you bored. Ah. Chen Guang hit Chu Hanji's head with a pineapple. I'm making you enter the sand. Oh my god. I'm making you waste time. It hurts. I'm making you Huang Shuren. CEO Chen, I'm wrong. I'm making you Yang Bailao. I'm wrong. Chu Hanji's head was almost hit by Chen Guang. I'm just spouting nonsense. Who would have thought that you are really here? As Su Tao continued to retreat, Chen Guang followed him and subconsciously walked out of the lift. On the other side, some of the protesters who had been completely subdued by the Li de security and the anti-Guang alliance suddenly noticed Chen Guang. Scumbag Chen Guang is out. He's out. Beat him up. Beat him up. Don't be afraid. Charge. They won't dare to do anything to us. A few young men from 8 Weekly finally got their chance. They started to shout at the top of their lungs. The crowd that had just calmed down suddenly exploded again. But someone else was even fiercer and more powerful than them. Chu Hanji finally found a way to divert his attention from Chen Guang's divine flicking technique. Holy shit. They are here to cause trouble. President Chen, don't panic. Let's go take care of them. Before Chen Guang and Tang Ying could say anything, Chu Hanji rushed out. Rather than rushing out, it would be more accurate to call it fleeing in panic. When the other cleaning team members saw this, they also followed Chu Hanji. Tang Ying was a little nervous. What are you doing? What are you doing? She wanted to pull the newly recruited cleaning team members back. There were only a dozen of them here, and there were hundreds of troublemakers outside. Whether they could win or not, the situation would become worse. Chen Guang stopped Tang Ying. It's fine. Let them go. Tang Ying stomped her foot angrily. Hey, how can you do that? Chen Guang pressed down on her shoulder. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Even though Chu Hanji and the others deliberately shouted, as if they were crazy when they rushed out, Chen Guang didn't worry about them at all. They were just pretending. In fact, this group of people was calmer than anyone else. Those who were selected to participate in Shun's special training camp were all elites. To be able to stand out in Chen Guang's intensive training, besides having a more fanatical faith, their own military qualities and determination to become better and stronger played a leading role. Even in the whole country, they were the best soldiers. Their shock and surprise at this time was only because of their military qualities, which made them subconsciously think of themselves as the cleaners who shared the company's honor and disgrace when they were on a special mission. Take Chu Hanji for example. Although he was born with an eccentric personality, it also allowed him to perfectly deceive people when he was on a special agent mission abroad. Chu Hanji and the others might be wearing a funny cleaning uniform, but in fact, judging by the standards of ordinary people, they were real modern sweeping monks. What's all this fuss about? I heard that you guys are here to cause trouble for Tianguang manager? It's fine that CEO Chun is such a good person, but you guys actually dare to come to our company to cause trouble? Is there any law in this world? Is there any justice? Chu Hanji shouted at the top of his lungs. He put his hands on his waist and swaggered out of the lobby of Lida building. If he wasn't wearing a cleaner's uniform, but a suit and leather shoes, others might even think that he was a big leader. But now, anyway, the bald president and the protesting crowd at the entrance of Lida building looked at him awkwardly. Bro, can you change into a different outfit to show off? The feeling you give people now is very much like when we played World of Warcraft in the past. Wearing a suit of scrap metal and blocking Ogre's door to plant a flag. Kid, who are you? It's none of your business here. Move. Otherwise I'll beat you up too. Chen Guang is right there. Everyone charge. The people from 8 Weekly were secretly stirring up trouble again. The bald president of the Anti-Light Alliance was having a headache. If he was really a die-hard fan of Chen Guang, he would most likely be shouting at his brothers to fight to the death. But I'm not. Who can understand the torment in my heart? The vice president beside him gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers, hold on. Remember, maintain control. But don't let them pass. Hold on a little longer. I've already called the police." The bald president turned to look at his vice president. The two of them looked at each other. The president could read the vice president's emotions in his eyes. "President, I know your pain, but we really can't retreat. Forget it. Since we're already here, we can't let our brothers down." At this moment, Chu Hanji patted his shoulder and said, "Brothers, it's been hard on you. Leave the rest to us. On behalf of CEO Chen, I would like to express my gratitude for your help." The bald president cursed in his heart. Who the F***CK wants to help? Also, why does a cleaner like you give off the feeling that Lu Bu is going to fight the three armies alone? All of you just stand there obediently. Let me tell you, all of us are the cleaners of Tianguang Agency. Chu Hanji abruptly took a step forward, blocking the path of the protesting crowd that was charging at the very front. What the F***CK are you F***king cleaners for? The more impulsive of the protesting crowd came forward and raised their fists. Chu Hanji grabbed the man's hand and twisted it slightly, using a variant of the twisting technique to make the man turn around in pain. Then he pushed him back into the crowd. "So what if we're cleaners? Are you looking down on cleaners? Have you seen cleaners who can fight as well as us? We're here today to reason with you. I'll say it again. We don't care what you say online, but if you want to cause trouble at our company, you should first ask the cleaners of Tianguang Agency if they agree. Brothers, get your weapons." Of course, they didn't really bring their weapons. Chu Hanji was just casually shouting to increase their momentum. The 10 people from the cleaning department stood at the entrance of Li De building. Their momentum seemed to surpass that of an army. Chu Hanji still felt that it wasn't enough. He turned to his brother and said, "Lend me your phone for a while." "Brother Chu, what do you want to do? Don't ask so much. Let's go." The young man uneasily took out his phone. Special forces elites like him were usually forbidden from using personal phones. It wasn't easy for him to buy a new model after transferring out of the military. It had a metal body and a Qualcomm 820 CPU. It was great. Chu Hanji grabbed the phone and twisted it with both hands. This brand new and beautiful phone was twisted like a fried dough twist. He casually threw the phone on the ground and said in a domineering manner, "See that? Which one of you has a sturdier arm than this phone? Come and try it." "Brother Chu, you're crazy. Why don't you use your own? Mine is a fruit. It's a little expensive. We can't be brothers anymore." No matter what Chu Hanji and this unlucky brother, who lost his beloved phone, were arguing about, the protesting crowd and the Anti-Light Alliance were all dumbfounded. Although a phone wasn't as sturdy as they thought, to be able to twist it into a fried dough twist so easily, wasn't this person a little too scary? Looking at his cleaning uniform, everyone's mind was just as Chu Hanji expected. This man was a F***king modern sweeping monk, and a bunch of sweeping monks at that. The impassioned crowd suddenly hit an iron plate, and the enthusiasm in their minds instantly cooled down, as if it was doused with cold water. It was no joke. Everyone was panicking. At that moment, the protesting crowd felt like they were riding on a tiger's back. They were unwilling to leave just like that. They continued to rush forward, but they felt that their arms weren't as sturdy as the twisted phone on the ground. Chu Hanji stood in the middle of the crowd with his arms crossed. He was full of pride. Gold will shine no matter what position you are in. Even the cleaning uniform can't hide our shocking brilliance. Seems like everything's fine now. This is amazing. Tang Ying, who was hiding beside the elevator, couldn't see the situation in front, but the impulsive crowd gradually calmed down. Although she didn't know what had happened, it was still a good thing. Chen Guang chuckled. "How is it? The cleaning department we chose isn't bad, right?" Tang Ying was puzzled. "It's not easy to find a cleaner who can handle this situation. Why don't we give them a raise?" Chen Guang nodded. "MHM, 50 per person per month. Can you be more stingy? It's hard to start a business. Saving is the foundation." Why don't you go and say this to your big mahogany desk that costs hundreds of thousands? While the two were chatting, the people from the security department finally came back. Although they were not in uniform, security guards naturally had the aura of security guards. Unlike the cleaning department, the security team brought out 1/3 of their military aura and stood uniformly at the door, bringing their own deterrent effect. The protesting crowd was completely dumbfounded. The bald president, who had almost lost his sense of existence, finally found a chance to show off. Looking at these like-minded brothers being propped up against the fire, he couldn't bear it. So he came to the front and said amiably, "Brothers, let's go. Really, it's not right for you to cause trouble like this. When the police come later, they will really arrest you. Next time, no matter what you want to do, you can just hold up banners and shout slogans. But don't think of rushing in and smashing and robbing. It's really against the law." The bald president gave them a way out, and the spies from 8 Weekly saw that things were not going well, and the protesting crowd started to disperse. Chapter 622. Just then Chu Hanji spoke again. That, you, and you. Please wait a moment. The 5 people he was pointing at were all 8 Weekly's employees, who had been hiding in the crowd. They were indeed the elites of the special forces. He was also Secretary Chu's nephew, and had done the job of protecting leaders many times. He was especially good at finding suspicious people hidden in the crowd. Although these 5 people from 8 Weekly had been hiding in the crowd, and looked very careful, they would whisper to each other from time to time, and discuss things furtively. When they were shouting slogans previously, it was also these 5 people who had secretly spoken and led the way. Chu Hanji and the others had already uncovered these 5 people. The crowd stopped again. Chu Hanji said again, "Friends, the others can leave. We really don't want to make things difficult for you. But these 5 people are up to no good. Everyone think carefully. Did these 5 people shout the loudest when shouting slogans? But when they really rushed forward, they shrunk their necks back? You guys have been used as weapons by others, played for fools. You are from 8 Weekly?" The crowd exploded again. The 5 people from 8 Weekly had been exposed, and quickly distanced themselves from them. "No, there's no such thing. We don't know Director Zhua at all." "Pfft, you're already calling him Director Zhua, but you don't know him?" The security guard of Lida building also spoke up. "It's the 5 of them. They've been hiding in the crowd and fanning the flames. Friends, we really don't know what's going on with Director Chin. Do you know that Zhua Wei from 8 Weekly a few days ago? He's the paparazzi leader who caused the singer's death. He personally brought people to blackmail Director Chin. Director Chin didn't give them any benefits, so they spread the news on the internet. You've all been used. There's such a thing." Of course, Chen Guang had also walked to the door at this time. He waved at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I know you have a problem with me. I'm not very good with people sometimes, but I also have my principles. However, I have my own principles. I don't do things like fishing for fame. Everyone who follows me on Weibo knows this. You guys can watch all my videos from start to finish. If I was faking it, I would have been exposed a long time ago. Why would I wait for Zhua Wei to slander me?" Swallowing his saliva, Chen Guang continued, "All of you have sharp eyes. Zhua Wei asked me for 2 million yuan, but I refused. Don't you think it's embarrassing for him to do such a thing? Wasn't he detestable? It doesn't feel good to be used by others, does it? But how many boats do you have? We're fans of Jin Shiyue." "Exactly. Even if everything else is true, you're still a scumbag." Chen Guang waved his hand again. "Please everyone use your brains. If I'm really a scumbag, how could Jin Shiyue not know? Would she continue to stay silent? I just called her yesterday. In a few days, I have to go to Beijing to attend director Deng's movie signing ceremony. At that time, I'll meet Jin Shiyue. You guys would rather believe a paparazzi leader who doesn't care about his reputation for money than the silent Jin Shiyue? It seems like what he said makes sense. It does make sense." Seeing that his bluff worked, Chen Guang struck while the iron was hot. "Of course it makes sense. You guys were indeed played by Zhua Wei. In the time it took for them to chat, The security department and the security team found a lot of specialized camera equipment from the 5 employees of Octagon magazine. Looking at the micro cameras, hidden earphones, and other equipment all over the floor, everyone really believed it this time. You still dare to say you're not from Octagon magazine? What are these? Chen Guang picked up a micro camera from the ground. Did everyone see this? F*CK. It's really from Octagon magazine. We were played by the paparazzi? F*CK. Beat them up. The happiest thing in life was to be the only sober when everyone else was drunk. That was how the protesters who came to cause trouble felt. But all of a sudden, their feeling of being the only sober one was exposed. Not only were they not awake, but they were also played by the paparazzi. How could they not be angry? No matter what, they couldn't come here for nothing. They had to beat someone up to vent their anger. The 5 people from Octagon magazine were in big trouble. Fortunately, they had rich experience in being beaten up. They also knew how to protect themselves when being beaten up by a group of people. They all obediently curled up their bodies to protect their vital parts. After waiting for about another 5 minutes, the police who received the call finally arrived and saved the 5 unlucky people. See, I told you it's fine. You're the only one who worries all day. You should just stay in your hospital and be a doctor. After praising the people from the cleaning department and the security department, and thanking the boss of Lida, Chen Guang personally drove Tang Ying back to the hospital for her night shift. Before getting out of the car, he said this. Fine. You're the best. Whatever you say. But just you wait. Zhuowei put another 5 people in prison. The more he loses, the more unsatisfied he will be. He'll come looking for trouble again. Tang Ying felt a headache coming on. At most, we'll just give him some money. Why do you have to fight with this kind of person? People who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who have shoes. We've started a company now. Fighting with a mangy dog like him is very disadvantageous. You don't understand. This is a principle. Like hell I don't understand. Then tell me, what will you do if he continues to make things difficult for you tonight? In fact, Chen Guangjin was also having a headache. Zhuowei had really become a dogskin plaster. With him jumping around like this, Chen Guangjin was also annoyed. However, as the old saying went, in the end, Chen Guangjin was still a reasonable person. When he met a scoundrel who kept begging and begging, and he was Teacher Zhuo's uncle, Chen Guangjin could not be ruthless. It was impossible to say that he wasn't annoyed, but he couldn't do anything to him for the time being. Other than that, in a sense, Zhuowei also had the support of the elders above him, which made him even more unscrupulous. Although he didn't know what Xian Qin had done today, controlling public opinion was actually like drinking poison to quench his thirst. It might look refreshing for a while, but doing so could easily trigger the rebellious mentality of the netizens. Originally, the neutral party might have thought that it was okay, but since you were controlling public opinion, even if it was nothing, it would become a problem. Tang Ying didn't know that Chen Guang had so many worries in his heart. She only thought that he really didn't take Zhuowei's scandal seriously, and thought that he was treating Tianguang brokerage as a joke. If the company really messed up, it would be her Tang family's money that would be lost. Of course, from a friend's point of view, Tang Ying really hoped that Chen Guang could make a career out of it. Now that Tang Ying had become the vice president of Tianguang brokerage, it would be embarrassing for her to boast in front of her subordinates. No matter how she looked at it, Tang Ying had a reason to be anxious about this matter. Don't always have such an indifferent attitude, kid. You're making me anxious to death. Tell me, what are you planning to do? Chen Guang spread out his hands. I don't know. I'll just deal with it when it comes. No, I don't care. You have to end this mess within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll look for Zhuowei myself and give him some money. Don't do that. Won't I feel bad? But it's even worse now. Let's make another bet. If you can do it within 3 days and change the topic on the internet, I'll use my mouth for you. Chen Guang stared at her. What? He thought he had heard wrongly. Tang Ying was furious. Anyway, it's not the first time I've used my hands for you. I see that your face is flushed recently, and you're burning up. There's nothing going on between you and Jin Shiyue. I know you have a lot of problems in that area. Your sister Ing has taken over from your sister Tong, so I'll give you some heat. I've already used my hands for you a few times, but you don't feel anything new. I'll use my mouth for you, alright? Chen Guang's eyes widened as he stared at Tang Ying's fiery red lips. His mind started to wander. This is too scary. I can't resist this kind of temptation, okay? Also, if you can't do it, don't even think about taking advantage of me in the future. You have to accept this bet. Chen Guang nodded. I'm going all out. Within 3 days. The two of them clapped their hands together to seal the vow. Tang Ying got out of the car and slowly calmed down from her anxious state. She was stunned for a moment before she slapped her forehead and muttered to herself, "Am I stupid? Have I gone mad? Why would I make such a bet with him?" She had been too anxious just now and her brain had short-circuited. That was why she had said such shameless words. Now that the wind blew, she felt a chill in her head and sobered up. She recalled the scene of that guy's D*CK in her mouth. Goosebumps rose all over her body. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Tang Ying, how can you be so shameless? Tang Ying, have you gone crazy from being a 25 to 26-year-old virgin? She pounded her chest and stomped her feet in frustration. She couldn't go back on her words now. She, Tang Ying, was a person of her word. As she walked up the stairs, she slapped her head in regret. Forget it. If Chen Guang didn't want to fork out the money, 3 days wouldn't be enough to make Zhuo Wei and his 8 weekly magazines give in, right? If Zhuo Wei really wanted to give in so easily, he would have done so long ago after he had captured so many people. So this unlucky bet, let it go with the wind. Chen Guang wouldn't be able to do it anyway. Tang Ying comforted herself. On the other hand, Chen Guang was riding on a high horse. He had been annoyed by Zhuo Wei's matter for the past few days, and was on the verge of exploding. However, he didn't expect it to be the eunuch who was anxious. No, it was the concubine who was anxious. Sister Tang Ying was even more anxious than I was. She was actually so anxious that she came up with such an explosive bet. As soon as he imagined the scene, the haze in Chen Guang's heart was swept away. The grievances he had suffered these past few days were all worth it. Next, the scumbag Zhuo Wei would have to wait and see how powerful the old man was. As Chen Guang drove, he whistled in the direction of his house. Halfway there, his phone suddenly rang. When he took a look at it, it was an unknown number. Is this Zhuo Wei? Chen Guang asked as soon as the call went through. Mr. Chen, you're quite understanding. How have you been? Have you been happy the past 2 days? Zhuo Wei asked in a strange tone. It's been all right. I'm indebted to you for taking care of me, fatty. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Chen Guang's tone was even more strange. Mr. Chen, this is just the beginning. I've just written a long article praising you and sent it out. You have to read it later and give me some comments. I'll comment on your whole family. I'll give you 10 more seconds. I'm hanging up. Chapter 623. 20 million. I'll stop and apologize to you publicly. Not only will I never slander you again, but I'll also report to you if I accidentally take any negative news about you. In addition, with my reputation in the entertainment circle, as long as you and I reach an agreement, I'll help you find out who wants to deal with you in the future. What do you think? Or if anyone else in the entertainment circle wants to go against you, I'll help you. This is called strategic cooperation. Zhuo Wei finally opened his mouth and offered a sky-high price, but it sounded good. Strategic cooperation with China's top paparazzi. Chen Guang laughed. Take a piss and look at yourself. 20 million? I won't even give you 20. I'm a serious businessman, and I'm also a righteous artist. I'm not afraid of you at all. How can a human cooperate with a dog? You know what's good for you. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Chen Guang couldn't be bothered with this retard. He hung up the phone and didn't rush to drive. Instead, he went online to check the situation. Sure enough, Xianqin's control of public opinion seemed easy for a while. But after brewing for the entire afternoon, Zhuo Wei's water army became more covert and cunning. They were also able to incite the netizens to unite against a common enemy. Although the darts world's collective support and official media like Dachuan Satellite TV supported Chen Guang. And the hundreds of people who were deceived under the Lida building today also went back and told the truth on the internet, clarifying Chen Guang's name. However, the public opinion on the internet did not change for the better and was still deteriorating. Just now, Zhuo Wei had carefully produced an article accusing Chen Guang of allowing the security guards to hurt passers-by. The passers-by in his photo were the 5 employees of 8 News Weekly, who were taken away in the afternoon. Of course, these people were indeed bruised. Although it wasn't Chen Guang's people who did it, they were all injured by the angry crowd, who found out they were being used. But Zhuo Wei had framed them, and then turned into a messenger of justice. He threatened to seek justice for these innocent victims, and threatened to sue the law. Although anyone with a discerning eye would know that Zhuo Wei was just bluffing and trying to fabricate something out of nothing, there were still many blind people in this world. Chen Guang would never be able to wait for Zhuo Wei's so-called court summons in his lifetime. But the denunciations against him on the internet were getting louder and louder. Ordinary people didn't know the truth, so they just wanted to join in the fun. It didn't matter if Weibo was controlled. There were still Tieba and forums, right? Aren't there QQ and WeChat groups? Otherwise, he would post a diary in his QQ space, or post a chicken soup article in his WeChat moments. It doesn't matter if the information app is under control. You can control me to publish news, but you can't control my fake reviewers to cause trouble in the comments section. For a moment, it really gave Zhuo Wei the feeling of being condemned by thousands of people. When she got home, Xanqin knew that she had not only failed to help, but also made a mess of things, so she hid in her room. When she heard the door open, she poked her head out to take a look, and then said, "The director is back. It's been hard on you, director. Rest early." Initially, Chen Guang did not have the intention to teach her a lesson, but when he saw how guilty she looked, he felt playful and purposely pulled a long face as he knocked on the door. "Come out. I have something to ask you." After a few seconds, Xanqin, wearing a cute pleasant goat pajamas, came out of the door dejectedly. She didn't dare to look up at Chen Guang, so she lowered her head and looked at her toes. "I'm sorry, I got into trouble. I thought it was easy." Chen Guang still had a straight face. How can you be so naive? Do you really think that public opinion is so easy to control? You think you can solve it with a bit of power and a bit of banning? Don't look down on me. I want to kill him, but you won't let me. What do you want me to do? Now no one can say that your darts are fake, right? It's still useful. Pfft. What's the use of darts if no one says it's useful? My reputation is ruined. Won't the league that you organized under my name still have to kneel down? Xanqin's head drooped lower and lower. I was wrong. I apologize. If an apology is useful, why do we need the police? Xanqin raised her head and looked at Chen Guang with tears welling up in her eyes. Then what are you going to do? You can just punish me. I'll accept it. Chen Guang still looked angry. He walked back and pointed to the sofa. Come here. Xanqin followed him. Lie down. Chen Guang said again. Xanqin started to panic. What are you going to do? I'm still a child. Chen Guang patted her head. Didn't you say that you are already an adult? Now that I'm going to beat you up, you're a child? What are you thinking? I'm just going to spank you. Xanqin heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay. It's just a spanking. Hey, wait a minute. Spanking doesn't sound right. But regardless of what she was thinking in her heart, she was already lying on the armrest of the sofa. She raised her butt and looked at Chen Guang with her eyes brimming with tears. Be gentler. I'll hit you 3 times. Don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm doing this to help you remember. I'm doing this for your own good. Chen Guang said shamelessly. Okay, I know I'm wrong. Thank you, brother Chen Guang. Thank you, chief. Xanqin actually believed him. Pa. Phew. The little loli let out a moan that sounded like a cry of pain. Pa. Squeak. Little loli's voice became louder. The 3rd time there was no sound. Little loli was nervous for a long time, and finally realized something was wrong. Didn't you say you want to spank me? Spank me? Seeing that the first 2 times hurt you, I felt bad for you. So the third time is especially gentle. Oh, is that so? You're such a good person. Thank you, Brother Chen Guang. You're welcome. It's what I should do. After waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, Xianqin finally realized that she had been touched by this guy for 2 minutes. Leaping up from the couch, she raised her leg to kick Chen Guang's head. Chen Guang, who was prepared, shrank his neck, turned around and ran. He rushed into the bedroom and locked the door. It's getting late. Sleep early. Come out. Chief orders you to go back to sleep. Xianqin stomped her feet in anger. Her master's inculcation was still ringing in her ears. She kept repeating in her heart, listen to the command, respect the leader, and don't be willful. But I can't respect this chief at all. Little Xianqin, listen to me. I was wrong, okay? Go back to sleep. Tomorrow, we have to do something big. What big thing? Counterattack. Really? Do you have any ideas? Xianqin's attention was diverted. Don't panic. I have my own plan. You'll know tomorrow. Xianqin believed his words and finally settled down and went back to the bedroom. Chen Guang pressed his back against the door. When he heard the sound of Xianqin closing the door, he heaved a sigh of relief. Provoking the little tigress was really poisonous. He knew that the risk was high, but the temptation was also great. As for the so-called mountain man's plan, don't fool around. That was just nonsense to fool Xianqin. Don't take it seriously. Of course, sometimes there was retribution for asking for trouble. Just now, it was fun to take advantage of Xianqin, but when he returned to the room, he still had a silver spear on his head. He didn't dare to sleep on his stomach. There was still a fire in his heart that he couldn't calm down. This was not enjoyment but suffering. He was quick-witted. He took out his phone, opened WeChat and clicked on Jiang Ye's profile picture. Recently, she and Jin Shirue seemed to be very busy and didn't send new goods to Chen Guang. With the mentality of giving it a try, Chen Guang sent her 3 words. Are you asleep? 10 seconds later, Jiang Ye replied, Not yet. I'm in the bathtub. At this moment, Chen Guang felt a little disappointed in his heart. Usually, when a goddess told a loser that she was going to take a bath, it was most likely to be an excuse to get out of the situation and not want to talk to her anymore. Jiang Ye's words probably meant something, but 5 seconds later, he realized that he was wrong. Jiang Ye's words were not simple words. There were 2 main points. First, she was in the bathtub. Second, she was in the bathtub. Therefore, she definitely didn't mean that she didn't want to talk to Chen Guang anymore. She was simply using such a detailed description of herself to tease Chen Guang. In any case, she had already sent Chen Guang her dirty secrets countless times, and she had managed to get hold of his weakness in Inua's toilet. Therefore Jiang Ye, who was lying in the bathtub, rolled her eyes and came up with a bad idea. Now turn on the video call. She felt that she was speaking like a queen. Chen Guang was stunned. What? I said turn on the video call. Jiang Ye seemed to be unable to wait any longer, and took the initiative to start the video call. Chen Guang was at a loss. He clearly wanted to take advantage of her. Why did it seem like she had turned the tables on him? Although he was letting his imagination run wild, his hands didn't slow down. He quickly accepted the video call. After a short loading, the image of Jiang Ye lying in the bathtub appeared on the phone. The hazy white mist slightly blocked the camera, and Chen Guang could only see a blurry figure. But after a while, the focal length matched, and Jiang Ye's figure became clear. Her long wet hair was draped over her head, and there were a few water droplets on her face. Her eyebrows were like green grass in winter with dew on them. It made her look more charming and less lively than usual. The Jiang Ye in the bathtub in the camera was not the usual Jiang Ye. It was the first time she had a direct video call with Chen Guang. Coupled with her special situation, Jiang Ye's face was slightly red. She looked a little shy. However, she seemed to have adjusted the camera a little higher. Even when Chen Guang looked at the bottom, he could only see 2 hemispheres. Chen Guang's eyes were nearly blinded by the water droplets on her fair skin that was tinged with a pink hue. You idiot! You still have the mood to take advantage of me? I've been watching you online for the past 2 days, and I'm about to explode. Guang, Your career as an artist has had a bad start. Do you want me to give you some pointers as a senior? In the camera, Jiang Yage was tickled by Chen Guang's anxious look. She covered her mouth and giggled. Tell me what ideas you have. Hearing her talk about business, Chen Guang came back to his senses. Chapter 624. Hurry up and bankrupt your lousy company. Come directly to Beijing and join my and sister Shiyue's company. I guarantee that we will package you up properly. Really? If I knew that you wanted to work in the entertainment industry, you should have told me and sister Shiyue. There is no need for you to be outside Beijing. Actually, Jiang Yage knew a little about the inside story of Chen Guang's company, but she was not very happy about this situation. Today, she simply said what was in her heart, and at this time, she was also pretending to be confused with Chen Guang. How could Chen Guang agree to her request? Don't look at how his company was in a precarious state, and his image as an internet celebrity was on the verge of collapsing. However, he hadn't even spent a tenth of the 130 million yen that Tang Xiaokai threw at him. So how could he leave now? You want me to quit before I finish spending the money? I don't feel guilty. Aren't you trying to dig out the flesh from my heart? No matter what, you have to spend enough before you leave. Besides, the old man was already said to be living off a woman. If I enter the company of the two of you, how can I still raise my head in the future? Most importantly, his main task now was to attract attention and buy time and space for the old men in Beijing to play tricks. If he went to Beijing to enter the company of his left and right hands, wouldn't that be dragging them down? Wouldn't he be beaten to death by the hot-tempered old man Jiang? Don't hesitate. Come to my warm embrace. As Jiang Yage spoke, she sat up slightly and opened her arms to the camera to bare her chest. Now, everything that should and shouldn't be seen was all out. Chen Guang's eyes instantly widened. He gritted his teeth and said, "No. Is my chest not warm enough? No, it's because my life dream has not been realized." TSK. Jiang Yage kind of wanted to threaten him with the fact that he was pretending to be Chen Yu, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Although it was a good thing to use against him, he would be disgusted if he pestered him too much. People always grow up. Ever since she got to know Chen Guang, Jiang Yage often reflected on her previous actions. In the past, Chen Guang was afraid of her. No matter how naive she was, she could slowly understand the reason behind it. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, you must be careful. Jiang Yage added. Chen Guang rubbed his nose. He couldn't take it anymore. This girl was so unreserved. She was still facing the camera. Wasn't it too much to stick out her chest and raise her head? Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Are you sleeping alone now? Jiang Yage pulled her thoughts back to the bad idea that she had thought of this morning. Chen Guang grunted. Of course, can there be anyone else here? You promised me before that no matter what I say, you will agree, right? Otherwise, I will have to tell you that you are pretending to be Chen Yu. Alright, just say what you want to say. A man can't go back on his words. As long as it's not against the law, no against my life principles, then it's all right. Chen Guang's mouth answered intermittently, but in fact, his eyes were completely fixed on the phone screen. In the camera, Jiang Yage had completely sat up straight. Usually, Jiang Yage didn't look tall, and even gave people a delicate and cute feeling. But only Chen Guang knew that this girl's chest was more voluptuous than he imagined. Since you are obedient, then it's all right. Then I want you in the camera to face me. What? Rub. Jiang Yage smiled wickedly. Her seemingly evil request was already within Chen Guang's expectations. Master Guang was very calm. Do you think you are unpredictable? But in fact, I have already seen through your behavior. You think you are threatening me, but in fact, I am taking advantage of you. Also, you have to point the camera at yourself. You know exactly where to point. What? Chen Guang was just showing off when Jiang Yage raised her next request. This time he was dumbfounded. She was too unconventional. Of course, otherwise, if you always look at me and I can't see you, I will be at a disadvantage. No, I have to look at you today too. Hurry and change to the rear camera. Be more conscious. Don't force me to use my ultimate move. Jiang Ye's smile became more and more sinister. Must it be like this? Of course, when you saved me at the painting lake in the 5 capital, I was very curious. You don't know how long I have been thinking about it. As Jiang Ye spoke, she stood up from the bathroom and used a towel to dry her hands. Then, she picked up her phone and kept putting it down. My dear Guang, be more conscious. Look at how brave I am. About 20 minutes later, the two people who were thousands of miles apart, one was paralyzed on the bed, and the other was paralyzed in the bathtub. Generally speaking, they were in a similar state, panting heavily and their faces flushed. I will disconnect first. If I stay in the bathroom for too long, Sister Shirihua will be suspicious. On the other side, Jiang Ye said softly and kissed the camera. Young man, you did well today. If you are obedient next time, there will be more benefits. See you at Big Beard's signing ceremony in a few days. Then, she ended the WeChat video call. Chen Guang used a tissue to clean up the mess while silently looking at the phone screen. He was satisfied but felt that he was sinking deeper and deeper. Forget it. As the saying goes, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. People can't be suffocated to death. Let's take one step at a time. As the owner of the Holy Grail, I can't treat myself like a saint and torture myself. No ordinary person can resist Jiang Ye. In fact, sometimes the netizens were right. Chen Guang felt that he already had Zhuo Jingxi, but he still couldn't resist the temptation of Jiang Ye. From time to time, he would also be distracted by Lu Fei. Today he was provoked by Tang Ying's bet. There was still Sister Wu Tong in Beijing. On the other hand, although Wenwen refused to admit it, Chen Guang subconsciously felt that she was lying. The relationship between the two was definitely not simple. Sometimes thinking about these happy troubles gave him a headache. But he really couldn't bear to do it. Many things had developed out of his control. Perhaps, from the beginning to the end, the only person who could make him feel at ease was Sun Xiaoxuan, who was now in the United States. But thinking about it from another point of view, was it really fair to her to always make her pay in love, but never give her any response? Chen Guang couldn't find an answer to this question. He could only think silently that people would always change. Perhaps time would be able to give these things an answer. As for now, he would take one step at a time. The next day, Chen Guang woke up early. He first went online to check the news. The situation was not any better than the day before, and the netizens were still scolding him. Because of Xianqin's actions yesterday, Weibo and other major media outlets with official background articles were silent. But it couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the netizens. Yesterday, after Zhuo Wei tried to negotiate with Chen Guang for the second time, and was cut off, he seemed to have increased the number of internet water army. With more ghostwriters, more netizens started to criticize Chen Guang on the internet, including the hospitalized employees and the investment in the online advertising campaign. This time, Zhuo Wei had put in almost all his money. In order to force Chen Guang to submit, he had spent at least 7 figures. He couldn't stop here. Now that Chen Guang was in a difficult situation, Zhuo Wei couldn't back down. If Zhuo Wei gave up just like that, not only would all the investment go to waste, but his reputation in the industry would also be completely gone. I'll go downstairs to buy breakfast. After waiting for a while, Xianqin also woke up. She seemed to be in a good mood as she skipped downstairs. When she came up, her face was dark. That Zhuo guy sent people again. This time, they were very careful and kept hiding in the car. When I realized something was wrong, they drove away. Again, they really didn't want to give up. Just as he was about to drive to the office, Chen Guang received a call from Tang Ying. She said that she kept feeling that someone was spying on her at the hospital. When Chen Guang arrived at the company, he received a call from Fan Lingshan. Just like what Tang Ying had said, someone had also gone to her school. Chen Guang was stunned. He took out his phone and called the unknown number from yesterday. On the other end, Zhuo Wei sounded very proud. Mr. Chen, how was it? Did the gift I prepared for you today meet your standards? Of course, Zhuo Wei was proud. After a few days of effort, he had more or less figured out Chen Guang's main social connections. Other than some that he couldn't find, or his family members who were currently abroad, Zhuo Jingxi, Sun Xiaoxuan, or Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage, who didn't dare to follow him. Everyone else, including Tang Ying, Fan Lingshan, and even Chen Guang's cousin Feng Yong, didn't escape. Everyone who was close to Chen Guang, he had sent people from Octagon Weekly to follow them. Keeping an eye on these people might not be able to dig out any big news, but Zhuo Wei felt that it could give Chen Guang the illusion that his attacks were overwhelming. For the sake of this big project, Zhuo Wei had invested almost everyone from Octagon Weekly. I'm quite satisfied. Chen Guang snorted coldly. Now that things had come to this, he had learned a lot. 30 million. Our strategic cooperation has increased again. I'm sure you know that I'm using the entire Octagon Weekly to play with you. Brother, that's not how you do business. Harmony brings wealth, right? Go play with your balls. Chen Guang hung up on him again. Xian Qin, who was next to him, blinked and looked at him. Is this your mountain man has a brilliant plan? Chen Guang snorted through his nose. Of course it's not over. Help me call everyone from the security department and cleaning department over. Oh right, call the people from the cafeteria department over too. Are you going to make a move? Xian Qin asked. Chen Guang grunted. Since I've been called a violent maniac on the internet, I might as well be even more violent. I want to see how many people from Octagon Weekly will play with me. Before he was hiding things from me, so it was inconvenient for me to find people. Now that they've all come out, it's time for me to fight back. After Xian Qin left, Chen Guang called Zhuo Jingxi again. Looking at the time, it should be 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening in the United States. Zhuo Jingxi was still awake. Before Chen Guang could say anything, Zhuo Jingxi said angrily, I just saw it on the internet. Third uncle is really too much. How could he say that about you? It seemed that only she knew about this. Chapter 625. Chen Guang, listen to me. I've hated third uncle since I was young. He's the one who instilled this idea into my parents all day long, saying that I'm pretty and that I must marry a rich man. That's not all. You don't know, but when I was in high school, he even wanted to pull me into the entertainment industry. At that time, he dragged me to some boss's table, and I was so scared that I almost called the police. From then on, I didn't want to see him. Even when he came to my house, I avoided him. Zhuo Jingxi was full of bitterness when she mentioned her uncle. Chen Guang knew that there was such a past, and he was speechless. He would even sell out his own niece. That was really a living beast in human form. Fortunately, my teacher Zhuo has principles and doesn't bend over for 5 buckets of rice. Otherwise, there would be a big grudge. Those reports about me, and you must have been told by my parents. This is too much. I have to call my parents and tell them. Chen Guang dissuaded her. Don't call your parents. It's okay. I'll make sure he doesn't get into trouble in 2 or 3 days. You can't be. Zhuo Jingxi knew Chen Guang's temper. She was worried that Chen Guang would do something stupid in a moment of impulse. What are you thinking about? I'm a person of status now. No matter how annoying he is, he's still your relative. I can't take his life. Zhuo Jingxi kissed the phone and said, but don't be too polite with him. He's like that. Give him an inch, and he'll take a mile. But don't be careless. I heard a long time ago that he was very close to a boss in Wujing City with the surname Liu. Don't be rash. Don't worry. The biggest boss in our country is protecting me. What's a boss in Wujing City? Chen Guang said half jokingly and half seriously. After hanging up, he rubbed the phone with his fingers. He was quite satisfied. This call was not in vain. He got a very important message from Zhuo Jingxi. The identity of Zhuo Wei's backer had always been a mystery. Many people had made wild guesses, but Zhuo Wei had hidden it very well. Chen Guang was also troubled by the fact that he couldn't ask Wu Shan for help, because he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. He had been passive the entire time, but now he finally had a target. After waiting for a while, nearly 30 people from the 2 treasures and 1 candy were all present. Chen Guang looked at this group of eager kids and gave the order for everyone to move out. He split them up and sent them to the people who might be targeted by Zhuo Wei. Let's see how many people there are in your 8 weekly magazine. I'll beat up every one of them. Indeed, Zhuo Wei did not expect Chen Guang's counterattack to come so quickly and so fiercely. The specific implementation was handled by Yu Hong and the other department managers. Around noon, after the people who were knocked unconscious and sent to the hospital reported the news, Zhuo Wei finally realized that something was wrong. But when he tried to get everyone to withdraw, it was already one step too late. The others hadn't reported the news yet because they were on the way to the hospital, or they were lying in the hospital and hadn't woken up yet. After another half an hour, after confirming that all the people he sent out had been wiped out, Zhuo Wei called Chen Guang again. This time, it was Chen Guang who spoke first. "Damn fatty, is my greeting gift okay? You've completely infuriated me, Chen Guang." Zhuo Wei gritted his teeth. "What are you talking about? What happened? Did something happen at home? What did I do to make you angry? I think you've been thinking about money so much that you've gone crazy recently. But you should be buying lottery tickets, not calling me." Chen Guang lied through his teeth. Within a day, all his people were sent to the hospital. This was 100% Chen Guang's doing. But Chen Guang didn't admit it. Zhuo Wei really couldn't do anything to him, because the people Chen Guang sent out were clean and neat. They left without leaving any credit or fame, not even a trace of video evidence. Both of them had a tacit understanding, but Zhuo Wei couldn't do anything. He couldn't say that he sent people to secretly take pictures of Chen Guang's friends and then knock them unconscious. Plus, there was no evidence. "You'll pay the price sooner or later." Leaving such a sentence, Zhuo Wei hung up the phone while gritting his teeth. This time he won. He hung up first. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Zhuo Wei made another call. After a short conversation, he finally showed an expression of relief and said to himself, "Boss Lu is finally back. I don't believe that Boss Lu can't deal with you. You're just an internet celebrity. Why are you so smug? How dare you say that Jean Shirue doesn't say anything because she trusts you? Stop fooling around. You've already infuriated the Jean family. They're not saying anything now. Isn't that the calm before the storm?" Using himself as a measure, Zhuo Wei felt that if he was the elder of the Jean family and saw that his precious granddaughter's boyfriend had an affair, he would definitely explode. The news that came from Yen Jing proved this point perfectly. It was rare for Zhuo Wei to get clear information about those people. It wasn't groundless speculation, but a certain old man had clearly stated on a semi-public occasion that he didn't oppose or support young people's affairs. The troubles of young people could only be solved by young people themselves. Zhuo Wei wasn't sure about the matter between Chen Guang and his classmate, but he knew that there was definitely something going on between Chen Guang and Zhuo Jingxi. The reason why Zhuo Wei was so fearless was because he thought that Chen Guang would be afraid of being slandered by him, which would affect his status as the Fuma. Zhuo Wei firmly believed that Chen Guang would give in sooner or later. As long as he could keep his status as the Fuma, how much money couldn't he earn back? It was a simple logic that Chen Guang understood. Zhuo Wei kept telling himself this. Just a little more, and he would be afraid, and the matter would be settled. It didn't matter how much he offended him now. After they formed a cooperative relationship, he would know how good he was. There was no such thing as an eternal enemy in the world. The only thing that would never change was benefits. On the other side, Chen Guang ordered the 2 treasures and 1 candy scattered outside to come back. Then, he called Wang Qing. Since Zhuo Jingxi had revealed that Zhuo Wei had the backing of a big shot in the underworld, Wang Qing, who was an insider, was the most reliable way to find out who the big shot Lu was. "Big shot Lu? My uncle Lu Chao." Wang Qing, who was on the other side of the phone, used less than 2 seconds to reveal the name of the big shot Lu. Sure enough, there was a reason for this big shot Lu's status in the 5 capitals. "Brother Guang, what business do you have with him?" Wang Qing was a little puzzled. In the past, although Chen Guang knew his identity, he almost never asked him about the 5 capitals underworld. "Is this person very powerful?" Chen Guang asked. On the other side of the phone, Wang Qing's expression became serious. It sounded like the matter was quite troublesome. "Brother Guang, You also know that the times are different from the past. In my dad's line of work, he's more of a businessman. Of course, sometimes, the words of a businessman like me are more useful than an ordinary businessman. We do proper business, even if it's a little bit improper. As for Big Shot Lu, his status in the underworld is similar to my dad's. Currently, in our province's underworld, Big Shot Lu's words carry enormous weight. What's his main business? Chen Guang asked. Mining. He has shares in many quarries, sand quarries, and coal mines in the province. He's also involved in some mining companies that mine metals. He's the chairman of the Energy Association of Great Chuan Province. His assets are about a few billion. In any case, he's a pretty ugly eater. He's much better at making money than my dad. Chen Guang was stunned. The background of the coal boss was so scary. Lu Chao was the boss of the coal boss? Damn. No wonder that scumbag Zhuo Wei was so daring. His background was quite strong. Even though Wang Qing said that Lu Chao was just some chairman of the Great Chuan Province. What era was this? It was impossible for Lu Chao to climb to this position without the secret support of someone above him. Forget it. I can't think about this anymore. If I continue to think about it, I'll be going to heaven. Chapter 626. But recently most of the private coal mines have been shut down. Uncle Lu's life isn't as comfortable as before. I heard that he plans to invest in other energy industries. From what I know, he bought a lot of shares in a gas station investment company. A few days ago, he went overseas to investigate some new energy technology called wind power. He came back from abroad this afternoon and invited some people to his cocktail party to catch up. My dad and I are going as well. Although his business doesn't overlap with my family's, you know, people like us tend to stick together. I see. Chen Guang thought about it and decided to go talk to him. If it really didn't work out, he could only bring out the imperial sword that the elders had given him. He didn't believe that he couldn't suppress Lu Chao. Old men, you can't blame me for leaking the news. You guys are having a good time being a hands-off shopkeeper. Who's going to charge and break through the enemy lines while I'm at the front? I'm almost dragging Zhuo Wei down to the point that even his underwear has fallen off. My head is about to explode. If you guys don't say hello, I'll say hello myself, right? If the news really gets out, don't look for me. Go look for that Lu guy yourself. You know that I've been getting quite a lot of flack on the internet recently, right? Chen Guang asked. What? Who dares to flame you? I'll go beat the hell out of them. He didn't expect Wang Qing to explode. Chen Guang. Did you go to the primeval forest these past few days? Right now, with the overwhelming attacks on the internet, the power is not much different from directly appearing on the news broadcast, right? You actually don't know. Wang Qing really couldn't be blamed. After helping Xiao Tsong with the throne challenge, Wang Qing was sent to the deep mountains by his dad to be a supervisor. Today was his day off, and he had to go to Boss Lu's cocktail party. He only came back early in the morning. Ever since he stopped racing and started doing serious work, Wang Qing's life wasn't much better than Lu Fei and Zhong Bai's. He basically worked as a coolie for his family. It was easy to conquer a country, but difficult to defend it. The second and third generation would have to take over the job sooner or later. Of course, the elders couldn't let them be too free. After playing around, it was time to get down to business. Chen Guang and Wang Qing chatted briefly. Only then did Wang Qing realize that Chen Guang was in a terrible situation because of a paparazzi. However, Chen Guang also pointed out that Zhuo Wei's backer was Lu Chao. So things really became troublesome. Brother Guang, don't worry. I'll accept this. Although I didn't know about the relationship between Zhuo Wei and Uncle Lu, I'll ask Uncle Lu directly. If it's true, he'll at least give me some face. I'll put in a good word for you. Sister Lu Fei and brother Zhong Bai will be there tonight. If my reputation alone isn't enough, then the reputation of a few families combined should be enough. Wang Qing said that he would pick him up at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon to go to Lu Chao's club. So this is your solution? Xan Qin leaned over and asked. Chen Guang leaned back and leaned comfortably on his leather sofa. Who doesn't have a backer these days? Since we don't want his life or money, then we'll compete with him on his backer. So you want to pry open his backer? Xianqin asked again. Chen Guang snapped his fingers. That's right, but there's no reward. Looking at his smug look, Xianqin rolled her eyes. She didn't ridicule him. Instead, she was looking forward to it in her heart. She really didn't know what would happen when that damn fatty suddenly found out that the backstage that he was most proud of had been overturned. On the other side, Zhuowei wasn't very happy either. Boss Lu actually said that he didn't have time to see him today, and that they could talk tomorrow. Zhuowei felt wronged. My people are all in the hospital, but I can't even see boss. I've wasted so many years helping you in the entertainment industry with 8 weekly. Without my secret help, would your Wuxia culture be able to progress so smoothly? Of course, Zhuowei couldn't do anything about it. His relationship with Lu Chao couldn't be seen in the light. Many people could guess who his backer was, but he never had the chance to meet Lu Chao in public. Lu Chao had many industries. Other than materials, energy and mineral resources, Wuxia culture was the most famous. This was a top large-scale management company in the country. Its business included film and television investment, film and television production, film and television distribution, variety production, cultural publishing, 3D animation, actor management, and so on. It had many artists under it, including A-list, B-list, and C-list artists. It could be considered one of the leading companies in the country. Wuxia culture was established by Lu Chao more than 10 years ago. After many years of development, and with Lu Chao's two-legged strategy, it had developed very smoothly. First, Wuxia culture used Wuxia culture to build an external framework. Then, Zhuowei and 8 Weekly secretly provided intelligence support in the dark, including some publicity strategies. Zhuowei was in charge of all of them. For example, in a movie released by Wuxia culture, Zhuowei first smeared its competitors in the market, then used all kinds of insider information to interfere with the other party's publicity strategy. At the same time, he helped Wuxia culture's movie from a positive angle on the internet. A terrible movie that could blind people actually sold hundreds of millions of yuan at the box office. Although Lu Chao had now become a well-known private entrepreneur, his style of doing things had always been like this. He judged a hero by the results. So far, he had not gone astray. Usually, the local tyrants of the 5 capitals played their own games, and there were very few large-scale gatherings like wine parties. Only the second and third generations like Zhong Bai, Wang Qing, and Lu Fei liked to get together in private. However, the real leaders of the older generation were too busy with their own things. How could they have time to hold a party? Every time there was a big gathering, there must be a suitable reason. Otherwise, if you invited someone for a small matter, it would not be good for others to come, and it would make people unhappy. This time Lu Chao, who had just returned from abroad, could not wait to create a wine party. The reason was good. On the one hand, it was to receive the big shots from Yanjing. On the other hand, he had also gained a lot from his exploration of new energy abroad. He had reached a strategic cooperation agreement with a foreign company with strong technical strength. It was almost time to start. The purpose of him receiving the big shots from Yanjing was to get involved in the new energy development project of wind power in Sichuan province. The investment and potential profits involved in the whole big project were enough to make anyone tempted. If the huge investment of hundreds of billions of yuan could be successfully put into production and connected to the power grid, the economic benefits that could be generated in a year would definitely be tens of billions. Not only that, even if it was part of the bidding work of some equipment and buildings, the laying of the power grid and construction, and even the operation and maintenance work in the later stage, any small part of it would be a potential profit of billions. Although the whole thing was inevitably led by the people from Yanjing, how could the local snakes in Sichuan province not have a share of the profits? The specific game involved in this was huge, but today's wine party could be regarded as a more formal meeting between everyone. As the president of the Sichuan Energy Association, whether it was for himself or for the local tycoons related to the entire Sichuan province, Lu Chao had the obligation to stand up and take the lead. Although there might only be a few people who could really talk to the big shots in Yanjing, the others who were slightly familiar with the scene could say, "Sir, I met you at XX place before." Once these words were said, although it might not have much impact on the results of the negotiation, the relationship was different. China was a society with a network of relationships. A nod of acquaintance was a relationship, and so was a friendship of life and death. Just a flash of the face was also a relationship. A little relationship was better than nothing. On this side, just as Chen Guang and Xan Qin sat in Wang Qing's car and prepared to go to the club in the suburbs, on the other side, Lu Chao had already ordered people to wait in the club. He was a little sleepy and was wearing a suit as he reclined on the sofa in the lounge to take a nap. It had been less than 3 hours since he flew back from Europe, so he had not recovered from the jet lag at all. But it didn't matter. When the people came and needed him to appear, he only needed to get up and wash his face a little. Then he could stand in the hall in high spirits. Therefore, successful people had their own reasons for success. Although Lu Chao was born in the wilderness and did not read many books, he was able to do well in the business world after the transition. It was not unrelated to his strong spirit and willpower. At about 5:30, his personal secretary, a blonde beauty who could speak fluent Mandarin, entered the lounge. She bent down and whispered in Lu Chao's ear, "Mr. Wang and Mr. Yin Si's car has arrived." Lu Chao suddenly opened his eyes. 2 seconds later, the hazy sleepiness in his eyes was swept away. He quickly got up and went to the bathroom to wipe his face with water. Then, he turned back and asked Sarna to help him fix his hair. A big boss with a majestic gait came back to life. "Old Wang and Old Yin, you two actually came together. Tell me, what were you two discussing behind my back?" Lu Chao walked straight to the hall of the club and welcomed Wang Guoxiong and Mr. Yin Si. In the hall, many people who were whispering to each other in groups of 3 to 5 also came over to greet them. "Greetings, Mr. Lu. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Greetings, Mr. Yin Si." The three of them simply nodded and smiled with the others. They waved and gathered on the sofa in the corner and sat opposite each other. The others didn't care about the arrogance of these three people and returned to their original seats. Even if the people sitting here were at least tens of millions of yuan, or people who held power in a certain county or city, in front of these three people, their status was not enough. They weren't qualified to sit at the same table as them. This was the status of the three of them in the Jianghu, at least in Sichuan province. Although Lu Chao, Wang Guoxiong, and Yin Si were not as domineering as a separatist region, they were at least people whose words carried enormous weight in the Jianghu. The reason they could not be separatist was because transportation and information technology were developed now. Local tyrants could not go against the people above them. The people in the Jianghu privately called the three heroes of Sichuan. "Go to hell. You're the one who's shameful." Wang Guoxiong laughed and joked with Lu Chao. He then cupped his hands at the middle-aged man in black behind Wang Guoxiong. "I haven't seen you for a few months. Mr. Tai's complexion looks better. Did your martial arts improve again?" The person who was called Mr. Tai also bowed politely to Wang Guoxiong. "Mr. Wang, you're too polite. At my age, I really don't dare to say that my martial arts have improved. If I take good care of my health, I'll be thankful if I can work for a few more years. I'm just afraid that when I'm old, Mr. Lu will see that I'm useless and send me flying with a kick." Lu Chao patted Mr. Tai's hand. "Old Tai, I don't like what you said. I owe you almost 7 or 8 or 9 lives. When you're old, I'll be old too. Us brothers should put down our airs and go sightseeing wherever we like." Seeing how close Lu Chao and Mr. Tai were, Wang Guoxiong and Yin Si were extremely envious. This Tai Xinju was a powerful person. It was said that he came from some Jianghu sect. He could split rocks with his bare hands and was very powerful. All these years, he had followed Lu Chao through wind and rain and saved Lu Chao's life many times. Even when he was besieged by several assassins abroad, he could carry Lu Chao and jump into the sea to escape. He could even swim more than 10 kilometers after being shot several times. The two of them didn't have a powerful bodyguard like Mr. Tai. If they really had such a person by their side, Anyone would be willing to risk their lives to have a heart-to-heart with him. By the way, you called all of us here. Is there really a plan for that? After chatting for a while, Yin-Si brought the topic back to the main topic. Lu Chao's expression changed. He first looked at Wang Guoxiong, then at Yin-Si. He lowered his voice and said, "According to the information I've gathered, the new energy will be launched within half a year at the latest. Do you know who the representative from above is?" "Who?" "The grandson of the late Old Master Bai, the treasurer of the Old Masters. He's now the vice president of Tianjin Energy Group, and the third in command, young Master Bai Hua." The other two's eyes lit up. "Then we can really have a good talk." Chapter 627. Although it was impossible for Bai Hua to have the final say in such a big matter, he could represent the will of the upper echelons to a certain extent. His opinion had a high reference value. Since the three heroes of Dechuan wanted to intervene in this matter, it was necessary to communicate with Bai Hua. It was not difficult to explain why the three big shots were gathered here to wait for someone who was considered a junior to them. "Brother Guang, when you see Uncle Lu later, if you have any ideas, talk to him directly. However, based on my understanding of Uncle Lu, he might not be that easy to talk to. But don't worry, if he doesn't listen, even if I have to face him head-on, I will help you to the end. I know Zhuo Wei. He's not a good person. If he didn't mess with me before, I would have beaten that scum to death long ago." Before getting out of the car, Wang Qing patted his chest and vowed to Chen Guang. However, Chen Guang waved his hand. "Forget it. Since Lu Chao's position is similar to your father's, and he has a good relationship with your family, why would I make things difficult for you? When the time comes, don't say anything. Remember to tell your father. I will handle it myself." As for the negotiation with Lu Chao, Chen Guang was very confident. He didn't believe that a mere Zhuo Wei and a paparazzi would mean much to Lu Chao. Lu Chao would never dare to provoke the plans of so many old men just for Zhuo Wei. If they really couldn't come to an agreement, he would call Secretary Chu in front of Lu Chao and use this trump card. He didn't believe that Lu Chao wouldn't kneel. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, Chen Guang didn't want to expose this matter. If he really angered Lu Chao, the old men would be happy to see him suffer. They would even be happy that I helped them attract the attention. Since you guys have done this, don't blame me for returning the favor. In other words, if Lu Chao knew about this matter, it wouldn't be a big problem. If he didn't want to die, or if he was sane enough, he wouldn't leak the information. That's not good, right? I'm afraid, if the negotiation breaks down, other than energy and mining, Uncle Lu also has a company called Luxure Culture. 8 Weekly is very useful to him. You know. Luxure Culture? F***CK, it can't be it's his? Although Chen Guang did not pay much attention to the news of the entertainment industry, he had heard of the famous Luxure Culture. After all, many A-list film and television stars were artists under this company. Many of the popular films and TV series and movies were also produced by this company. Wang Qing nodded. "I just thought of it, so it doesn't seem that easy to negotiate. It doesn't matter. I'm not joking with you. I really have my own ways. Don't speak carelessly when the time comes." In the end, Chen Guang decided to face it head-on. There was no need to drag Wang Qing, a junior, into it. Seeing that he was serious, Wang Qing had no choice but to say, "All right, I'll listen to you." Xian Qin, who was at the side, said somewhat impatiently, "Why are you speaking so much nonsense? This Lu Chao is really untactful. He became obedient after a beating." Wang Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. "Io, who knows where this little girl came from? You can't just say things like that." "All right, I admit it. Uncle Lu's status in Great Chuan is actually slightly higher than my father's. It's mainly because Uncle Lu has an expert by his side. We all call him Uncle Tai. He's really powerful." "Really powerful? How powerful?" Xian Qin blinked her eyes cutely. "He knows the kind of internal energy that is written in Wuxia novels. I once saw him smash a big wooden table with one slap. He's really powerful." Pfft. Xian Qin curled her lips in disdain. She didn't need Wang Qing to say anything more. She already knew who this Uncle Tai was. Needless to say, he was most likely a disciple of some small sect. He had no hope in the path of martial arts, so he came out to do odd jobs to earn some money. On one hand, he could subsidize the sect, and on the other, he could make a living. This kind of person was mysterious in the eyes of outsiders. He had the aura of a peerless master. However, as a person in the circle, Xanqin was very clear. Any martial artist who had reached the level of bone strength would almost never run out to be a bodyguard. It would be amazing if that Uncle Tai had reached the level of muscle strength. He probably hadn't even reached the level of internal strength, and was still at the stage of external strength. Wang Qing was a little embarrassed by Xanqin's curled lips and rolled eyes. If it wasn't for Chen Guang's sake, he would have flipped out at Xanqin. Chen Guang understood Xanqin's thoughts. He patted Wang Qing's shoulder and said, "Don't worry about her. She's been pampered since childhood, and has a strange temper. Let's not talk anymore and go straight in." After the three of them entered the hall, many people came up to greet Wang Qing warmly. Although Comrade Wang was of low seniority, he was Wang Guoxiong's son after all. Most people still had to give him some face. Although Chen Guang had a resounding reputation outside, it was unexpected that not many people here recognized him. It was only because he and Xanqin came in together with Wang Qing that they barely managed to catch a glimpse of him. Perhaps there were more gazes on Xanqin than on Chen Guang. Of course, such a beautiful girl would attract attention no matter where she was. "Hello Uncle Lu, Uncle In Si." Wang Qing greeted them as he approached Lu Chao and the others' table. Wang Guoxiong nodded at Wang Qing. "The sun rose from the west today. I didn't expect you to be here first. Go and find a place to sit. I'll talk to your Uncle Lu and Uncle In Si." Wang Guoxiong stretched his neck again and noticed that Chen Guang was standing behind Wang Qing. He stood up and said, "Little Chen, you're here too? Come, old Lu, old In. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Guang, my son's friend. He's a young talent." Wang Guoxiong had always remembered Chen Guang's favor. Perhaps if it wasn't for Chen Guang, Wang Qing would still be addicted to racing and might have died in a car accident. Fourth Master In and Lu Chao also stood up and shook hands with Chen Guang for Wang Guoxiong's sake. Fourth Master In said, "I know you. You've been quite famous recently. You're almost the #1 internet celebrity in our country." Lu Chao's eyes lit up. "#1 internet celebrity in our country? Is it that amazing?" Fourth Master In said, "Of course. You don't know how amazing he is now. I heard from my son that a random post of his on Weibo would get hundreds of thousands of replies. He's very famous." Lu Chao turned to look at Chen Guang. "He's quite amazing. Has he signed a contract with a management company?" Fourth Master In rolled his eyes. "Old Lu, don't even think about recruiting him. Chen Guang and that kid from the Tang family have teamed up to start a company. It's only been 2 days since it opened. Don't even think about recruiting people for your Lu Shi. That's a pity. But who knows what will happen in the future. We can keep in touch," Lu Chao said with a smile. Fourth Master In shook his head. "Old Lu, give up. There's no chance." Lu Chao was confused. "Why? Old In, why do you sound so weird?" "It's not that I'm weird, but Zhuowei has been making a lot of noise on the internet these past 2 days. He just can't get along with little Chen," Fourth Master In said with a wink. Compared to the other two, Fourth Master In knew the situation the best. This was also because his son happened to be Chen Guang's fan. He had been fighting for Chen Guang at the dinner table for the past 2 days, and almost begged Chen Guang to help his idol out. Fourth Master In was also a shrewd person, and he wouldn't visit for no reason. Chen Guang and Wang Qing's relationship had been going on for a long time, and the few of them knew about it. However, they had never heard of Wang Qing bringing Chen Guang into their circle. However, Chen Guang came here today. Moreover, Fourth Master In knew about the dirty relationship between Zhuowei and Lu Chao. Therefore, he guessed Chen Guang's intention when he saw Chen Guang. Thus, he took the initiative to expose the matter, which could be considered as doing Chen Guang a favor. Lu Chao was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. He looked at Chen Guang awkwardly and said, "I really don't know about this. I've been overseas for the past few days, and just got off the plane this afternoon. Little Chun, can you tell me about it? As he spoke, he got up from the couch and patted on Chen Guang's shoulder before he led the latter to the side. He got up from the sofa as he spoke. He patted Chen Guang's shoulder and led him to the side in a friendly manner. Let them talk first. It's not a big deal. Wang Guoxiong looked at their backs and said indifferently, Wang Qing, you can go walk around with this young lady. Wang Qing nodded. He turned around and sat in a booth a few meters away. Xianqin raised her head and glanced at Mr. Tai, who was standing behind the sofa. A playful smile appeared in her eyes. As she had guessed, he was an insider. It was just that he was a little weak. He was only at muscle force and was far from the pinnacle. Judging from his age, he would probably stay at this level for the rest of his life. Tai Xinju's heart was in turmoil. He broke out in a cold sweat when the young lady glanced at him. Don't be fooled by Xianqin's inferiority before Chen Guang. She didn't even dare to compare herself to Wen. But no matter how desolate the Thousand Despair sect was, they were still part of the inner circle of cultivators. So even if they cooperated with the Myriad Flower Valley to produce pellets, it could be considered a specialty in the underworld. Tai Xinju's background was much worse than Xianqin's. Xianqin did not know who he was, and could only see through his cultivation. However, Tai Xinju recognized Xianqin at first glance. The genius disciple of the Thousand Absolutes sect. A few years ago, the Thousand Absolutes sect had invited many people from the Jianghu to attend the open selection of the first disciple. At that time, Tai Xinju was fortunate enough to be there with the senior experts of the sect. At that time, he had seen the 15-year-old Xianqin, who was at the pinnacle of muscle force, suppress all her peers. At that time, the people from the weak sects were shocked by Xianqin's talent. Now that a few years had passed, Tai Xinju could feel that Xianqin's cultivation was unfathomable. It was obvious that her cultivation was already above bone force. As the precious first disciple of the Thousand Absolutes sect, why was she following behind the young man named Chen Guang like a follower? This kind of shameful thing should be done by low-level disciples with no potential. What was going on with her? Who was that young man named Chen Guang? It seemed that there was something going on between him and Mr. Liu. This was going to be troublesome. Tai Xinju began to feel nervous. At this time, Chen Guang and Lu Chao had already started a simple negotiation face-to-face. Chapter 628. I'm sorry, little Chun. I'm not too sure about the current situation. Please tell me everything in detail. Lu Chao didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. He only thought that Zhuo Wei and Chen Guang had a simple quarrel. As he spoke, Lu Chao looked at Chen Guang casually, but he was actually carefully sizing him up. Secretly, he thought more highly of this young man. There weren't many young people in Dechuan province who could chat with him without batting an eyelid. At least Chen Guang was one of them. But he didn't know that in Yanjing, not to mention Lu Chao, I've been chatting happily with people who are many times older than you, okay? The old man had a big heart. That was how confident he was. Then I'll get straight to the point. I heard that Zhuo Wei and 8 Weekly's backer is you, Mr. Liu, right? Lu Chao shook his head. No, to be precise, I'm the boss of 8 Weekly. Zhuo Wei is considered to be working for me. He only has shares, and I give him a bonus every year. Lu Chao admitted that he was a hoodlum and very generous. That's even better. Chen Guang grinned and told Lu Chao everything that had happened in the past few days. From Zhuo Xiaowei's rudeness in the parking lot, to Zhuo Wei's failure to bring his bodyguards to the press conference, to the first time he sent someone to spy on them that night, and then to the overwhelming amount of scandals on the internet. Then, there were the negotiations between Chen Guang and Zhuo Wei, from 2 million to 20 million, and then to 30 million. In the end, everyone from 8 Weekly was sent to the hospital yesterday. Zhuo Wei was probably a commander without an army now. Chen Guang didn't hide anything from Lu Chao. Since he was the real boss of 8 Weekly, these things would sooner or later reach his ears from other sources. Lu Chao's brows gradually furrowed. He could imagine how much pain Zhuo Wei was in. Although he didn't interfere with the actual management of 8 Weekly, Lu Chao could roughly estimate how much money 8 Weekly had invested. It was my negligence that something like this happened. In that case, I apologize to you on behalf of Zhuo Wei. Lu Chao pondered for a moment and finally said. Chen Guang raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Lu Chao was indeed planning to help Zhuo Wei with this matter. Chen Guang looked at Lu Chao playfully. Oh, that's it. Lu Chao was a little unhappy. In his understanding, as long as he apologized, even if the grudge was as big as the sky, it would be over. Looking at Dechuan province, and even the whole country, his apology was usually enough. Because of Wang Guoxiong and his son, I have given you enough face. You should know when to stop, right? After all, this wasn't a big deal. Which celebrity hadn't been defamed before? In the past, when I was defamed by others, who dared or had the ability to find me. Artists and actors should have the self-awareness of actors, and shouldn't think of themselves as important just because they're famous. It seemed like Lu Chao didn't know that Chen Guang was Jin Shiyue's boyfriend. Of course, even if he knew, it wouldn't be a problem. His status as the emperor's son-in-law hadn't been decided yet, so he didn't have the ability to ride roughshod over him. Of course, I'll talk to Zhuo Wei later and ask him to restrain himself. Let's end this matter here. What else do you want? Lu Chao was getting more and more impatient. Alright, we still have things to do. You and Lil Wang can talk among yourselves. We have a very important guest to receive later. Seeing that Lu Chao was Wang Qing's elder, Chen Guang was still polite. However, his attitude seemed like he couldn't continue the conversation if he didn't show some sincerity. Mr. Lu, don't be in a hurry to leave. Since I'm here, I have to tell you everything. My attitude is that it's not enough for you to greet him and restrain yourself. Even if he stops now, my reputation will still be in tatters, right? I'm afraid he'll have to come out and publicly apologize. Chen Guang said slowly, word by word. Lu Chao, who was about to turn and leave, stopped in his tracks and turned back. Lu Chao was so angry that he almost laughed. Young man, don't be too rash with your words and actions. Leave some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. Chen Guang shrugged. That's what I said to Zhuo Wei before. But he didn't want to give me any leeway. Also, it was your people who were causing trouble from the beginning. Now you're telling me to give him some leeway? Lu Chao turned around abruptly and used his fingers to lightly tap on the glass of the bar counter. His expression turned cold. The most I can do is make Zhuo Wei shut up, but I can't make him apologize. 8 Weekly's people have already been injured by you, and I'm not asking you for medical fees. Moreover, if Zhuo Wei publicly apologizes to you now, it'll be a huge blow to 8 Weekly's reputation in the industry. Do you understand? Actually, I've already given in to you. Even if I stop now, the millions that Zhuo Wei previously invested would have gone down the drain. Chen Guang was almost defeated by his logic. It was your people who wanted to cause trouble for me. You spent money to find people to slander me and force me to submit. You still have the cheek to say that your money has gone down the drain? You're quite thick-skinned. I don't think I forced Zhuo Wei to make things difficult for me, right? No matter how much money your people invested and how many injuries they suffered, they only have themselves to blame. You can't blame me, can you? Chen Guang rubbed his nose, and his expression turned colder. Lu Chao finally waved his hand impatiently. Alright, that's it. You youngsters can play by yourselves. After he finished speaking, he quickly turned around and quickly returned to the sofa to sit down. Wang Guoxiong noticed that the atmosphere was a little off. He wanted to say something, but Lu Chao took the initiative to change the topic. He looked at his watch first. Mr. Bai will be here in about 10 minutes. Where were we? Wang Guoxiong and Yin Laosi knew that he didn't want to talk about Chen Guang anymore. They sighed in their hearts, but they didn't say anything else. Standing up, Wang Guoxiong called Wang Qing back and patted on the latter's shoulder before giving a signal to his son. Wang Qing, bring Chen Guang to the inner field to play. There's something that you youngsters like to play there. Wang Guoxiong blinked. He wanted to get involved in this matter, but now wasn't the time. He hinted to Wang Qing that they should discuss it privately after they were done with business. However, Wang Qing shook his head slightly and mouthed to his father. Brother Guang told us not to talk. Wang Guoxiong was a little surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He nodded slightly to show that he understood. He then sat down and continued to talk about the new energy project with Fourth Master Yin and Lu Chao. Chen Guang glanced at the three of them from afar. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. For a split second, he almost wanted to attack Lu Chao. However, he felt that it was meaningless to do so, as it would only make things difficult for Wang Qing. Since that's the case, don't blame me for putting up a front. You guys can talk about business first. I'll get Secretary Chu to talk to you on behalf of the old master. You'll know how it feels then. Xianqing glanced at Lu Chao but didn't say anything. Instead, she went to sit beside Chen Guang and Wang Qing's table. She leaned against Chen Guang and fiddled with her fingers in boredom. Among everyone present, Lu Chao's bodyguard, Tai Xinju, was the one who felt the most uneasy. Xianqing's calm gaze was especially terrifying in Tai Xinju's eyes. He turned his head slightly to look at Lu Chao, who was chatting happily with the other two men. Then, he looked at Xianqing, who was leaning against Chen Guang. Tai Xinju was having a headache. What exactly did you talk about with that young man? She's the Thousand Despair Sect's senior sister. If anything happens, I won't be able to protect you this time. Brother Guang, did it break down? Wang Qing asked in a low voice. Chen Guang grunted. It did. My head hurts. Wang Qing rubbed his forehead. There's nothing to worry about. You should have told me first. I was mentally prepared, but it's not a big deal. Chen Guang was calm. After all, he had decided to use his trump card. After a while, Lu Fei and Zhong Bai arrived at almost the same time. Seeing that Chen Guang was also there, they gathered together and chatted happily. Lu Fei, in particular, dragged Chen Guang to a large sofa nearby and made fun of a beautiful girl like Xianqing. Then, she pressed herself against Chen Guang's body and groped him. Chen Guang had been longing for Lu Fei for a long time. It was rare to see Lu Fei again, and now that she was secretly touching his back and butt, his hands were no longer honest. He cast aside his worries, and was so happy that he didn't know what was going on. Among everyone present, only Wang Qing felt the most pained. He wondered where Chen Guang's courage came from. He had just broken down, but he had completely forgotten about it. Lu Fei and Zhong Bai seemed to want to ask about Chen Guang being defamed on the internet these past few days, but Chen Guang stopped them. Compared to Lu Chao, whether it was Wang Qing, Lu Fei, or Zhong Bai, they were all juniors. Juniors' face was not that useful in front of their elders, and they didn't want to make things more difficult for others. Right, I heard that today's reception is mainly for a person about our age from Yinjing. Who is it? Zhong Bai asked. Wang Qing thought for a moment. I think it's the vice president of Tianjin Energy. He's quite a powerful person, and he's almost as famous as brother Xiao Kai. Chen Guang's heart skipped a beat. Bai Hua. Yes, it's Bai Hua. Brother Guang, you know him too? I thought you didn't care about these things at all. Wang Qing was surprised. Zhong Bai said, I heard that Bai Hua is quite handsome. Lu Fei spat. How can he be more handsome than Chen Guang? Yes, your brother Guang is the most handsome man in the world, so handsome that it's tragic. Zhong Bai rolled his eyes. Chen Guang was in no mood to pay attention to these people's jesting. Instead, he was sweating profusely. The moment Bai Hua's name was mentioned, he was reminded of his unbearable experience. Seriously, he was tricked by Lin Jingwei. Cross-dressing twice, and the second time, he was seen through by Jiang Yage. Now that he was back in Wujing, he thought that his interaction with Brother Bai would end here, and there would be no more opportunities to interact with him in the future. In the end, why did you come to Wujing? And of all things, today's reception was to be the one to receive you? He was a little tempted to run away, but he felt that something was wrong. He was walking upright, so why should he be afraid of Bai Hua? Strange, why am I already standing at the entrance? Forget it, don't bother about these details. The old man would leave first. Seeing this guy annoyed him. It's better to hide outside and wait for their reception to end before looking for Lu Chao in private. Chapter 629. Chen Guang? Why are you here? Chen Guang's expression froze for about 5 seconds when he saw Bai Hua enter the room. Then he put on a smile that said, "What a coincidence. Brother Bai Hua, I'm here with my friends for a gathering. What are you?" Bai Hua stepped forward and patted Chen Guang's shoulder before pushing him inside. "What a coincidence. I was also invited here by someone. I was just about to have a chat with you when I came to the 5 capital." Chat about what? At this moment, Chen Guang was baffled. Bai Hua's expression suddenly became serious. "What do you think? I entrusted Shirhua to you, and this is how you respond? You idiot. You actually believe in those despicable and malicious rumors on the internet? Are you retarded?" Chen Guang rolled his eyes. They might not be familiar with each other, but with Su Tao's intelligence and status, it's impossible that he couldn't see through such malicious intent, right? "Screw you. If I really believed you, would I still be talking to you like this? All right, that's all I have to say. Before I set off, the elders had a quiet chat with me. You still lack experience in these matters. The most important matter that I have come to the 5 capitals is not the matter that I will discuss with Mr. Lu later, but your matter. That's all I have to say. It's good that you understand. We can talk privately later," Bai Hua said as he put his hand on Chen Guang's shoulder and walked inside. On the other side, Lu Chao, Wang Guoxiong, and 4th Master Yin had already gathered together with a group of people. Lu Chao felt uncomfortable when he saw Chen Guang and Bai Hua being so familiar with each other. However, he was still a veteran and immediately squeezed out a smile on his face. "Mr. Bai, why did you come here directly? Please take a seat." Everyone else in the room also came up to greet them enthusiastically. In order to get a share of this huge project, they couldn't be too enthusiastic. Bai Hua, on the other hand, wasn't arrogant and returned the greeting. In terms of dealing with people, he didn't have the slightest bit of immaturity. On the contrary, he could make everyone he talked to feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. "Chen Guang, are you interested in listening to us? Shall we go together?" Bai Hua turned around and asked Chen Guang, who was beside him. Chen Guang waved his hand. "Forget it. I'm not interested." Chen Guang ran away as soon as he finished speaking. He only cared about his own matters right now. What Bai Hua wanted to discuss with these people had nothing to do with him. Once they were done with their discussion, Chen Guang would tell him everything. "Since you're here to help me solve my problem, it just so happens that the main characters are here today. Let's have a good talk." Bai Hua and the group of people from the 5 capitals walked towards the conference room. Along the way, Lu Chao casually asked, "Mr. Bai seems to be quite familiar with Chen Guang?" Bai Hua replied without hesitation. "It's not that we're very familiar with each other. It's more like we're brothers. I didn't expect to meet him here today." "I see." Lu Chao gradually felt that something was wrong and began to regret not having a good talk with Chen Guang. On the other side, Tai Xinju had something he wanted to say to Lu Chao, but he couldn't find an opportunity to do so. Even after everyone had entered the conference room, Tai Xinju still couldn't open his mouth. "Mr. Tai." Tai Xinju watched as the conference room door closed. Just as he came back to his senses, he heard Xen Qin's crisp voice coming from behind him. Tai Xinju turned around stiffly and cupped his hands towards Xen Qin. Tai Xinju of the Iron Arm sect greets senior sister Xian of the Thousand Despair sect. With Tai Xinju's age, he could be considered Xian Qin's uncle. However, he knew the rules of the Thousand Despair sect. Among the younger generation of disciples, strength was everything. Xian Qin was fully deserving of the title of senior sister of the Thousand Despair sect. Tai Xinju also knew the rules of the underworld. Strength was everything, so he addressed Xian Qin as senior sister Xian. Xian Qin raised her eyebrows. Iron Arm sect. She was a little unfamiliar with the name of the sect. She couldn't figure it out even after thinking for a long time. Tai Xinju didn't feel offended at all. He continued to bow and said, "My sect was founded less than 100 years ago by Grandmaster Taizhan. My words carry little weight, so it's normal that senior sister Xian doesn't know about it. However, during the Thousand Despair sect's disciple selection a few years ago, I was one of the people who attended the ceremony with the elders of the sect when Senior Sister Xian ascended to the position of Senior Sister Xian. Is that so? Then, Xian Qing greets you. Although there were at least 1,000 people who attended the ceremony, it was still a friendship. Xian Qing's attitude towards Tai Xinju became slightly more amiable. Tai Xinju immediately felt the pressure on him lessen, and he felt much more relaxed. Are you Lu Chao's bodyguard? Xian Qing asked again, replying Senior Sister Xian. That is indeed the case. That's good. Go back and tell Lu Chao to be sensible, and ask him to ask Zhuo Wei to apologize to Chen Guang immediately. If it wasn't for Chen Guang stopping me time and time again, Zhuo Wei would have been a dead man. However, I don't know how long I can endure it. You know the rules of Jianghu. Either you don't take action, or you take action to eliminate the root of the problem. Xian Qing turned around and left after she finished speaking. Tai Xinju struggled to hold the door frame with his hands. His legs were weak and he was shocked. This little girl was definitely less than 20 years old, but the aura of inner strength that she deliberately released just now was the true peak of bone strength. Even the sect-guarding elders of the Iron Arm sect, who were cultivating in seclusion, were not as strong as her. The strength of the rich and powerful sects was really terrifying. If Tai Xinju knew that Chen Guang's biggest backer in the inner strength world was not Xian Qing, but the One family's Wenwen, who had passed the painting scroll to Chen Guang, he would probably be so scared that he would personally kill Lu Chao. On the other side, Chen Guang was chatting with Lu Fei, Zhong Bai and Wang Qing. I've heard of Bai Hua's name many times before, but today is the first time I've seen him. He seems to be quite powerful, Wang Qing said with some envy. He was quite envious of Bai Hua's general demeanor, but he really couldn't learn it. Bai Hua and Lin Jingwei, who were at the peak of power, were different from Zhong Bai, Lu Fei and Wang Qing. In this country, power and money were not absolutely linked or equal, but power was definitely more useful than money. What's so powerful about him? Little Kai is not worse than him. We are all the same age, and we have Little Kai in the 5 capitals. As Tang Xiaokai's childhood friend, Zhong Bai had a different view. Lu Fei said, Little Kai in the south and Little Bai in the north. Both of them are quite outstanding. But I don't like Bai Hua. I think he is too pretentious. Little Kai is more pleasing to the eye. Chen Guang coughed lightly, and Lu Fei immediately added, but in our Chen Guang, Little Kai, Bai Hua, and the others will all serve as foils for our racing god. Zhong Bai and Wang Qing covered their faces in shame. Sister Lu Fei, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Come to think of it, are you 2 real men showing off your love in front of us? What? Not convinced? Lu Fei asked again. Convinced. Totally convinced. Zhong Bai and Wang Qing nodded repeatedly. After all, the meeting did not last long. After about an hour, everyone came out. Today was only the preliminary exchange between the 2 sides. Companies and investors who were interested in participating had reported their names. Bai Hua asked his personal secretary, Song Ting, to write down the information on the spot, and he briefly introduced the project outline. For such a large project, the leading role would inevitably be played by Tianjin Energy and the relevant ministries. The local forces of the 5 capitals would more or less have a share of the pie in the middle. But how to discuss the cooperation, how to distribute the resources, and whether there would be other people involved, were all matters for the next step. But overall, everyone had a good talk today. All right, everyone, you don't have to worry about me. Go busy yourselves. I will go and have a chat with Chen Guang. I heard that his new company has encountered some trouble recently, and I have to give him some advice. By the way, we are all heroes of Great Sichuan, so please help my brother Chen Guang. Before the meeting ended, Bai Hua did not forget to pull some strings for Chen Guang. Lu Chao, on the other hand, had a bad feeling in his heart. What kind of trouble could Chen Guang have encountered? Wasn't it caused by his subordinate Zhuo Wei? Of course. Since Chen Guang is your friend, of course, we will help him if we can. Lu Chao wiped his sweat and lowered his head. Wang Guoxiong and 4th Master Yin looked at each other. Looking at Lu Chao's deflated expression, they found it funny. But they were also worried that the project would be ruined because of this. They were in a mess. When everyone walked out of the door, Bai Hua called out to Chen Guang again. Chen Guang, come over here. Chen Guang stood up and walked over. What? There are a lot of people outside. Give me some face and speak politely to me. Bai Hua joked, then pulled Chen Guang in front of everyone. Just now, I mentioned your matter to Mr. Liu and the others. Don't worry, Mr. Liu, Mr. Wang, and Mr. Yin are all big shots in Great Sichuan. There's nothing they can't handle. I'll settle it for you just like that. Chen Guang glanced at Lu Chao. Seeing his awkward expression, he crooked his face. Brother Bai, don't say that. There's really nothing in Great Sichuan that Mr. Liu can't handle. I won't hide it from you. Let's talk over there. Over there. Seeing that Chen Guang was going to reveal the plaque in front of everyone, Lu Chao could no longer stay calm. He hurriedly came over and led Chen Guang and Bai Hua to the side. Then he desperately winked at Wang Guoxiong, asking him to send the others away. One mustn't wash one's dirty linen in public. This time, he was really going to lose face. Bai Hua's heart was full of doubts, but he had accepted the task of helping Chen Guang solve his problems. Perhaps the elders felt that the matter was almost settled, or perhaps someone finally understood Chen Guang's personality and knew that if he didn't give him the slightest bit of support, he would quit. In the end, they sent Bai Hua. All right, I'm a little tired of this. Let's not beat around the bush. I'll make it short. Brother Bai Hua, the one who's been spreading rumors on the internet, sending people to secretly take pictures of me, and spreading rumors on the internet that I'm wrong is Zhuo Wei and his 8-weekly magazine. Do you know Zhuo Wei? The three of them walked to a corner and Chen Guang spoke. Lu Chao was a little helpless, but he forced himself to calm down. Little Chen, don't be like this. We can talk things out. Bai Hua ignored Lu Chao and thought for a while. The paparazzi who chased a car and killed the singer Zheng Jinru more than a decade ago? Chen Guang nodded. That's him. He's doing very well now. He's known as China's #1 paparazzi and the underground emperor of the entertainment industry. He can call the wind and summon the rain. Isn't he the one who targeted me and asked me to pay a protection fee of 30 million? If I didn't pay, it would be like what you see now, right? F***ck. He's courting death. Bai Hua rarely used profanity, but this time, he was truly enraged. When I was young, I loved listening to Zheng Jinru's songs. But when she died, I was only 10 years old, so I didn't really care about it. F***ck. 10 years later, this scumbag really wants to overturn the heavens? Who gave him the guts? The underground emperor? 30 million? Lu Chao didn't even have the chance to explain. No, it's not that exaggerated. However, Chen Guang paid no attention to him. He looked at Lu Chao and said word by word. The one who gave him the guts is the dragon head of the Great River, Mr. Liu. Don't you know? The boss behind China's #1 paparazzi team is Liu Culture's boss, Lu Chao, Mr. Liu. Interesting, Bai Hua said as he turned to look at Lu Chao. He was organizing his words in his mind. At the same time, he was already weighing the elders' determination and attitude towards Chen Guang. Lu Chao was a big boss. This was without a doubt. He had deep roots in Sichuan province and might have some connections in the upper echelons. If they wanted to touch him, they might have to move the whole body. But no matter how big the matter was, it couldn't be bigger than the elders' plan this time. If it was really necessary, the elders wouldn't mind sorting out all the connections Lu Chao had. Even if it was a big tree, they would be able to uproot it. Mr. Liu, this time, you've gotten yourself involved in a big matter that you can't touch. This really isn't a pot that a mere big boss of Sichuan can handle. No one in the whole country can handle this black pot. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.